All right. They have cleared out this area. We have the War Memorial, so. Marked cars.
Public relations nightmare for these cops.
It's like you can't be pushing over, old man.
No, the truckers have managed to slow down the vaccine mandates in several provinces, so that was accomplished, but at a hefty price. No problem. Just trying to capture what I can, what footage I can capture today. I see some more activity on the next street, so let's see what's going on. I'm going over to the next street. I'm seeing a little bit of activity there. Some people with some flags walking up, trying to get to Parliament, trying to get to Wellington. So we'll see how that looks. And
Right up there where the grain is, Parliament is.
Parliament is straight ahead.
Gray vehicle sitting up there.
So I'll check out to see how close I can get to Parliament. Hold on, guys. The artillery.
Oh, well, at least they were nice enough to give them hey, fucking cocksuckers. I'm sorry, I can't be polite at this point. They're not. They're getting ready for real.
Yeah, they're licking off shots.
So they're licking off. I believe that's tear gas.
It could just be a shock and awe.
You just put your arm away. Your arm away, hip or something. Arm. Yeah. So. walking backwards. Arthur's behind me, kind of making sure I don't trip or anything. They're starting to unleash tear gas on the crowd. Everybody, not sure if you can see it. I'm doing this to show you what's happening as I walk backwards. I mean,
Freedom wins.
Smell it.
yeah, we can smell it.
Like people that are having a hard time breathing.
You know,
Is that
obviously,
tear gas,
tear-
pepper spray. One of the bystanders here is telling us it's pepper spray.
cover your mouth. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You may have a harder time hearing me. I have my mouth covered to minimize the particles that I breathe into this, whatever they're spraying here.
Well, it's effectively human insecticide here,
Yeah.
right? They're spraying us
This is
to
what
get us
they're
to
doing.
move back.
You know,
Yeah,
yeah, they're, as you can see, they're going into that vehicle,
that truck. Yep.
right? They're going into
See if
this
we
truck.
can get
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see what's going on.
Hey, c'est qui venait ça? Ça va être jugé!
Sorry. Oh, there's an officer. Looks like
They're beating on somebody.
that's,
Get up there, S. Yep. Get that camera.
guys, they're attacking. Here's people. So I'm not gonna leave myself close to that stuff.
Yeah, that's really
Yeah,
good
we're
for
gonna
our
hold here,
people.
but
Yeah,
you can see what's going on here. They waited for Saturday to do this. I'm so surprised that they're doing this, but
This is your government, folks.
this is Canada, I guess.
This truck is moving here. Shoot to the left.
Yeah, so we have a trucker moving. He's probably also minimizing his risk. There's another one down there moving.
Look at the officer who's up now on the platform there.
Okay, look at that. Oh my goodness.
They've
Holy
commandeered the
Holy shit.
the
I'm gonna
live
try
from
to
the
get
shed. Try to zoom in a bit.
the lens. This is what's going on here, guys. They're now we can call them snipers. Yeah. Yesterday there were guys on the building. I wouldn't call those guys snipers, but these are snipers.
What a show of force.
In my opinion.
What a
I know.
I'm
So-
actually working, but I appreciate it. I gotta stay focused. Thank you. Being here. I moved to Canada. Yeah, where you can
Yeah, so I mean, you know, they've
and so yeah.
positioned the guys with machine guns. Like I said, you see those guys up on top of that trailer there. They've deployed tear gas into this crowd and pepper spray. It seems. You can see there are people having a hard time breathing over here, and I saw people with red eyes and stuff like that. Not sure. Yeah, exactly. I guess we know that these substances that they put into crowds, it's all unhealthy and dangerous stuff, right? So So it's obviously related to that. It seems to be, right? Yeah, guys. I mean, there seems to be a crowd coming here. I don't know if that's because
It looks like they're taking that tent
officers.
down.
Oh, they're taking a
that
tent down here. They've taken a tent down. Okay. And they're doing it violently.
I'm
course,
not
which is
sure. Yeah, I do see a bunch of white helmets around that tent.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to move.
Yeah,
ahead.
we're gonna try and move a bit closer. Pardon me. Sorry. Oh, so there's more gas that's been deployed here. Here, go behind me, please.
I don't see gas.
Yeah, someone said that. I saw a little bit, but they're definitely pushing forward aggressively. It's quite a different thing than what happened yesterday. Obviously, their approach is different. They're being very aggressive. They're being very violent and very threatening. I mean, yesterday the sheer numbers were definitely threatening. And there's that poor lady who was trampled by the horse, of course. But the general approach of the officers yesterday was different. It was a very slow approach. They kind of were inching forward, waiting, inching forward, and they really would only engage with protesters who were resisting, as far as I could tell anyway. Today is definitely a different approach. They're coming in hard with their batons, they're pushing. I mean, I don't know if they're necessarily hitting it off the top, but the low battery thing just came. I don't know if you have to hit a button. Yeah, let me check. Yeah, but the approach is very different today. The strategy is different, and I keep saying it, but it's because this is how much I'm impacted and how surprised I am. I'm just so surprised at.
Can we make sure? Can we just?
Not something I would have ever thought would have happened here. Oh, there we go. That's
Why
that.
does that sound like it's coming from behind us?
Because the echo, just the way that the sound echoes. So they're going and they're infiltrating these trailers right now. Okay. They're firing tear gas. They're breaking into these vehicles. They're breaking glass. They're arresting people. I mean, truckers, owner operators, I prefer to call them. I'm gonna see what's going on here. So we're not sure, I guess, obviously, just like they aren't sure what's going on here.
They're getting ready for another advance here.
Yeah, so you can see we're pretty close to the officers right at this point in time. Trying to give you a better look. Okay.
I mean, you can tell that there's no agitators here, right?
Yeah,
everyone is just standing in place. There's no agitators. People are being peaceful. And watch this unfold, folks.
Yeah, because we see what's going on, all this violence, all the scuffles and stuff. The police are are the aggressors here. Nobody's attacking them. That I can
You're
see.
getting shots of them in this trailer trying to tug on. I don't know what they're trying to do.
Well, they were just checking to make sure nobody's up there. Like whatever. They're being a little bit extra about it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But you know, I guess at the end of the day, they're being extra about this whole thing.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Ottawa, New Canada, live Saturday morning. We left Canada in the dust earlier this week, and this is a whole new country, folks. Take a look. Drink it up.
Yeah. Again, I just want to reiterate to anybody watching, this is only possible because of the emergency, invocation of the Emergency Act by Trudeau. Okay, this is why they didn't do this before now, because they invoked the Emergency Act that made things that were previously legal illegal. So now they can legally come in here and do this shit. All right. This is and which essentially makes what they're doing illegal, because that invocation of that act was not warranted based on the purpose and the intention of that legislation.
Yeah, we have the right. We do have the right to peaceful assembly here, folks, and that's exactly what's been going on for weeks. You're seeing that the government, the policymakers, have forced the police hand by
initiating this emergency act, and you can see the police are primed and ready.
Yeah, and
to do what they got to do now to exercise these orders.
Yeah, and on top of that, we had the resignation of the police chief, who was the entire time telling the policymakers that this is a policy issue, and that they're going to do their best to enforce and to keep the peace and all that stuff. But in order to resolve the situation, there needs to be some policy change. He said that in a council meeting 2 weeks ago, and he's been really, he's probably said lots and lots of things, but I've heard him a few times say things that are actually in a positive light relative to this protest and this action. He actually said, I think it was after 5 days, someone interviewed him driving, and he said, there has been no arrests and no real incidents here and no violence, and there are thousands and thousands of people that are protesting 24/7. He said that's quite amazing, or that's remarkable, or something like that. But he was impressed with the energy and the way that this protest was being carried out. And he had acknowledged officially to the city council, that this is not an enforcement issue, this is a policy issue. And guess what? A few days later, he resigned, and there's no kind of copy of his resignation statement available anywhere that I've been able to find.
I wanted you to cover the casual stroll of one of these protesters. He's just kind of marching back and forth with the flag over his shoulder there in an orange jacket. He's over there now. It was quite the image, I think.
Yeah, thanks for being here with us, guys. Mostly Canada.
Yeah, he's over there.
Yeah, he's kind of sauntering.
Oh yeah, he's you can tell that gentleman had freedom for breakfast.
Yeah,
and I think he's perfect.
These guys are trying to trample it. That's what these guys are doing.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to push it back up. I guess they didn't like that idea.
Well, I guess here's the thing, right? Is since Monday, it's been illegal now to peacefully protest in Canada. So
yeah, or at least in this location, because I believe it's a location-specific legislation that he put in place.
Yeah, in a totalitarian tyranny, not everybody gets re-educated at the same pace, and this is what you're seeing here is these folks are refusing the re-education from the state, right? They're saying, no, we do have these freedoms. We are still going to show up. Obviously, by the show of force and police, this is dissipating. We're seeing that they're gaining ground. They're taking these trucks out, right?
Yeah, they've taken a bunch out. And,
and so it is what it is. You can kind of see the heartbreak on the supporters' faces here. Some of them, others are obviously emboldened by all of this type of activity, right? I think there's probably a sense that if people see this, they're going to be pissed off. Like when the average Canadian sees this kind of stuff, I'm not convinced of that. I'm not
I don't know.
convinced.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't think the average Canadian even seems to care about their freedoms at this point.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll be. Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to reserve my judgment on my discussion on that, but
Yep.
but it's going to be interesting to see, I guess, how this is received. How Legacy's reporting. What's Evan saying over there?
Yeah.
And what are the other ones saying?
I was listening to him, and he's going through it like us. He's just describing the scene, right?
Yeah. Well, he also was like, you can see there's not very many protesters here.
Well,
right? He was saying stuff like that.
I mean,
it was
relative
early in the morning.
Well, it's not that early. We're in a time bubble. It's probably. I think we touched down around 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
I think it was.
It's almost 11. It's quarter to 11. Right. So we're nearing 2 hours into this here. In all fairness, I guess to what he said there, relative to previous weekends, especially Saturday at this time. I said this earlier. The amplitude of this protest would actually be ramping up now. You'd see tons of people.
Now there would be definitely more people. But I'm saying at the time that he said it, sure, it was earlier, and I even at the time said, well, yeah, you're saying that after they just intimidated everybody for a whole day.
Yeah,
and
for
then,
2 days of intimidation. Don't show up or you'll be arrested. Don't show up or you'll be arrested.
70 arrests yesterday and all that stuff. So I mean, of course, there's going to be less people coming because they're afraid. Yeah,
we've been covering that side of things.
So you can see, we came up here before. This was all trucks. The trucks are all leaving. They're gonna, live to fight another day. Hopefully, they reorganize.
This is a layer of protection, I think, that the mainstream is not providing. So,
and then as long as the networks stay unbiased, you're going to have protected networks.
And there's no shame in yesterday's murder! Because they brought murderers!
Yeah, so I guess someone there is talking about the lady, I believe, who was trampled. And from what he's saying, it sounds like maybe she did perish, unfortunately. I don't know. We don't know if that's true, but we have heard reports of that. And, it was an elderly lady. If the reports are correct, I believe she was 76. And, again, we're going to continue to find out about that. But even if she's alive, she's definitely got hurt, and it would not be in good shape. So,
the gentleman in all black there standing.
Okay, so you can see there are more lookout personnel or snipers on the top of that building. There on the corner where we kind of started when the police were starting to aggressively push the crowd back. Okay, you see at the top of that building there, in the middle of the frame, guys, and they both have binoculars looking at us. You can see there's a bunch of police officers, and you can understand, I guess, why they have these barricades that they put up, right?
Yeah. It creates a channel that they can just force
everybody
back.
So people can't run up onto that hill, right? Those fences. They just put those fences up yesterday morning, I believe.
Yeah, the optics of that wouldn't be too good. I don't think for these protesters or for them.
Yeah.
If people were
running away.
Well, they would love to make this into like an insurrection type scenario.
Yeah.
Or at least paint them with that brush.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there is still reports of it being that. To be
Yeah.
honest, there's a lot of reporting that is.
Well,
still
I
trying to say
hear
that.
a lot of that talk. Like the people here are trying to overthrow the government, or they want to. Just understand something: people who want to overthrow the government, they don't show up and peacefully protest for weeks and do everything within the system legally, right? These are
To the
hardworking
point
people
where
who
the government
respect.
has to change what's legal in order to stop it, because that's what happened. Our government changed what's actually legal in our country so they can
These
stop
guys-
this protest.
These guys are kneeling now.
Yeah, so I'm concerned about that for them. I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's not going to.
Anybody kneeling right now, they're going to be in harm's way.
Yeah, they're gonna get
it-
lynched.
Okay, we have the anthem.
Sun's coming.
The crowd is thinning here, as you can probably see. I mean, I'd say even 5-10 minutes ago. People are sketchily back here.
Dissipate somewhat.
Oh wait, Justin Trudeau's over there. You can get a shot of him. Here he is, folks. He showed up to the protests. He's rubbing his hands in a greedy fashion.
Probably not similar commentary though.
Try not to rile some of these folks. I think we need to get out of this
Get
position.
out of this position. I agree with that. Yeah.
And get some height.
The guy had to say
Where this gentleman is standing.
Yeah, just be careful. Right. I'm just gonna make my way to a higher ground here.
And your escape route is to the left. When this line starts moving.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that.
Yeah.
So I'm dealing with. Right.
There
Sorry,
we go.
man. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, this is much better. All right, so I may have to jump off of this quickly here, guys, but in the meantime, I'll give you a little bit better of a vantage point, see what's actually going on, how these officers are going to attack this crowd, because that's actually what they're doing. They're attacking the crowd.
This is the only weapon I have, and I'm giving it to you. There you go. Why we don't have
Okay.
any weapons?
So we have
This is a great day today.
this guy showing he just threw a 2x4. He said, "This is the only weapon I have, and I'm giving it to you." And he was yelling at
Beautiful day.
these officers over here on Parliament Hill. And another guy threw the 2x4 over the fence just to make sure that it's not out here. I think, you know, it's actually safer to not have that out there. It can't be used by anyone, tripped on by anyone. So yeah, I'm glad he did that actually. Thanks for joining us here, everybody. Share, like, subscribe, get it out there. Like, this is, you know, one of the most important events in our lifetime, I think. Feels that way to me. I'm not sure if you feel the same way. If you do, hit the like button and share and subscribe if you haven't already. Because the reason that matters is because all that stuff impacts YouTube algorithms and pushes this video out. Do it with any stream you're watching. This one, if you have other ones open, subscribe and like and share those ones as well. Comment on those ones as well. All this stuff affects YouTube analytics. It gets this stuff out there. Okay.
They're playing a message back here on a loudspeaker saying everyone will be arrested.
Okay, we're gonna go. Apparently, there's a message being played here on a loudspeaker, which I assume by the authorities. So I'm gonna see what this message is here that Arthur's talking about. You know, and then we'll head back up there probably after. Okay, yes, look at this. Yeah, I can. I mean, we just heard the tail end in French there. Here we go. What it? Okay, let's hear what this message says. It seems to be repeating in English and then in French over and over.
And we don't know the zone they're talking about, but I imagine we're in it.
Yeah, we are definitely in it.
Whatever
it is.
See if there's a way up here.
Yeah.
Everywhere. You can see that they're starting to clamp down in both directions here. We just
heard it somewhere sounded down there to me. So I'm just trying to see what the landscape is here. You can see
look this crowd down there.
There's a lot of people down here, right? So it would be a lot of arrests if they start arresting people. You can see we're kind of approaching here on this side as well. They're blocking people from going that way. They're kind of corralling everyone south on O'Connor is what they're trying to do. We're at Wellington and O'Connor here, and listen to that message. I'll stop talking for a second.
Vous avez le devoir de rester pour votre liberté, pour votre liberté.
This is what's going on here, guys. What's going on? Welcome to Canada. New Canada. New Canada. This is the new Canada, guys. The new Canada. See that document that these people are holding? See that? That document is in the garbage right now. Trudeau's wiping his ass with that document. That's what he's doing.
Freedom George was just here, and I shook his hand there. So thanks for being here. He's not.
No.
Yeah, we should continue to move here, and you can see down there on the line, folks.
Kind of stopped.
For now. Yep, they've stopped. That portion of the protest is thinning out as people are starting to re-strategize, and they're realizing that, the maze of what these officers have strategized is it's going to get tighter and tighter as we move forward.
And they're clearly being violent and aggressive today, right?
Yeah.
This is not like yesterday where they kind of had patience and were approaching in a very slow and cautious way. I mean, still some shit, some bad stuff happened yesterday, clearly. But yeah, it wasn't anything like what today is. Today is really like out of another country. I've never seen anything like that. I mean, maybe it's existed. I guess, I know that they're having similar things here. Right?
Well, you can definitely.
Indigenous communities have definitely been targeted with similar sort of violence. So don't want to.
You can definitely, you can definitely see that, this peaceful protest has had a certain tone the entire time, and that tone has changed.
Although the people
This
are
is starting to feel like most protests, right, where the police immediately come in and stomp out the violence, or stomp out the protest and create
stomping out the protesters.
That's right. Okay, I think we need to keep moving here.
We're gonna. Those guys are moving back, which I actually interpret as there's some sort of action that's going to come that they don't want to have to be subjected to. So that's why I guess that they're moving back. We're going to relocate here a little bit. So let's. Sorry, man. Yeah, you can see what's going on here. You can see. Yeah. Apparently not. Apparently not. I mean, that's what the fight is for, but the fight is not currently being won. There are constraints. There are constraints on freedom around here, and they've just gotten a lot tighter over the last week and a half.
Honestly, like everybody here just spread love. Everybody's giving hugs, free hugs for everybody. It's just been peaceful too. Everyone that I've seen
Getting a shit ton of messages.
We're never angry at them for pushing us back. We're angry at the fucking government. We're angry at all these stupid mandates that are fucking useless. We're taking away all our rights, man. Like everyone doesn't think so.
I don't know if these people think that that's going to be their savior, but
no, this is the last stand here. You can sense it. You can sense it. This is an old man who's in one of these accessibility scooters, right? And he's motivating the crowd somewhat, right? Because if you're if you got a bunch of reasons not to show up, right? This guy's got them, and he's here, and look at him staring up the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's going to go out in front, and they're just going to walk around him.
Well, it will be interesting to see if they horse that guy, like they horsed the 76-year-old lady there.
Yeah.
And some of the other protesters. Let's not just focus on her. There was a bunch of people who got horsed.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Yeah, and there was a bunch of animals that were put in a bad situation for no good reason, I think.
Where's PETA?
Well,
where's PETA protesting?
If the average Canadian ain't showing up, believe me, the PETA folks aren't coming either.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome to New Canada, folks. It's a slippery slope. Hopefully you got traction.
Let's just remember that one of the primary objectives of this or primary strategies of this protest was peace. Okay, and they've maintained that even right now in the face of violence. Yesterday, all day, right, and today, even with tear gas and pepper spray and batons and very aggressive behavior, snipers, machine guns. They're maintaining this. The group here is maintaining peace, a peaceful approach. There we have Freedom George again. Yeah, and let's take a look.
Morning Church made $9 billion off the vaccine. They don't have to tell you because under religious laws, if you're born into the Mormon cult, you have two choices. You're either part of the gang stalking program or you go into human trafficking and funded. I'm a 56-year-old person who has been in human trafficking for 56 years. I look free, I am not. I've been stripped of all my rights as a Canadian. Anybody can rape me and attack me. All those children go into human trafficking. I've been stripped of every right I ever had. At 14, 41 years ago, when I first tried to escape the children's age pedophile rings.
Oh my goodness.
I've been shipped to 4 different countries, and I was with thousands, men, women, and children being shipped from every country in the world. They are hunted. They are brought to underground vaults like Ottawa's in Washington, D.C. I was put in a ritual that involved millions of people and it's excruciatingly painful. April 20th, April 19th is a satanic holiday. You have to burn and kill a child and a woman. In Nova Scotia, they gave you a Wortman dressed in an RCMP vehicle, and the RCMP here killed 22 people. He burned and killed women and children. I was drugged and brought to a ritual of the Constable Heidi Stevenson that was killed in that ritual. I was brought here by a man that people have been trying to report him for years and years and years. His job in the gang stalking program is to put people in only court cases and find women with children, and then he puts them in the CPS care working with the RCMP, and they ship them across the border, and they are sold. My ID belongs to many people. My ID was first sold when I was 14, and it was used for criminal purposes all through North America.
Yeah, what this lady is talking about is the underbelly of our society in these elite circles.
Not an underbelly.
It's not. No.
No,
Maybe my characterization is wrong.
Like
No, I'm saying. I
belong to a human trafficking ring.
Yeah,
and you can get me out.
Well, this is what I'm saying is the underbelly is the ring itself.
In detention centers and prisons around Canada, everywhere.
Detention center.
Mine is.
Sorry, I kind of walked up and thank you for covering this essay, right? Because you're reaching a audience of 22,000 right now with your message. So
we need you to take action. We don't need people to keep making money off of us. Because when I tell my story, they put me on the news and they write books for 41 years. The first time anybody listened to my story or even
So how can we help? How do you think that
well, there's a hashtag. I don't know if you guys can see it here.
Check that out.
Right? We guys boost this hashtag, Free Kitty Stevens. Let's bring attention to this story, folks, if we can.
Inquiries. One is in America.
Yeah, look this stuff up. Look up.
And they gave you a Wortman inquiry. I have no rights to a phone or to use a computer because under the Mental Health Act, I was stripped of every right I had in 2000 so that people can rape us and fight us and not get in trouble for it.
Wow. Thank you for telling us about this.
Weekly.
We're going to do some deep dives and investigate.
Yeah, we're going to take.
Action.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's why I'm in this country.
We're gonna, we got a lot of stories to cover, a lot of different
Yeah.
things to look into. There's
There's
obviously
a lot to unpack there, a lot of
there's
stuff to look into and to sort of.
a lot of people here trying to bring attention to their cause.
Yeah.
You can hear the emotion in her voice there. She was
Yeah.
having a hard time even getting some of that
A
out.
lot of people calling her crazy and
Yeah.
meth head and crackhead and stuff
Trying
like
to
that.
determine where this zone is.
Yeah.
I know we're in it now, so
You
we are
wanna
definitely
look?
subject to
Look it up,
arrest.
see if you can find any documentation up for that.
Where the zone is.
Yeah, like with the news or whatever.
Yeah, ask our live. Yeah, me too. It's hard to read with so
Guys,
many.
are you aware about what's going on in terms of what the zone is? There's a zone that was being talked about there. And there was a line of police. They've moved way over there now. Okay, they've moved back for some reason, which is weird. Oh, because I guess there's a crowd developing on the other side.
Wish I talked to him. I just got a message that we're square in the middle of this. they're changing tactical units.
What was that?
So, no, we just got word that we're square in the middle of this. So
Oh, yeah.
you're subject to arrest. Yeah. So we're trying to determine where the end of this zone
Yeah,
is.
police see that Jeep that just went by.
Yeah.
Wagon looking.
I think that we should do some. I don't want to leave you here by yourself, but I do want to. I want to, I guess, get to an area where we can film and we can also be on the outside of this zone. And you guys are backing up on the seat here. You have way too many groups here. Your phone back. I can't even find a browser on your phone.
Had it open. I had you in the browser.
Thank you. Not separate. Now police are making a move on the other side.
About to.
Making a move on the other side. Is that west or east?
Yeah.
Which side is that?
So the Parliament buildings are on the north side. So which direction is it?
Yeah, we're looking west right now.
Everyday runway.
Yeah, we're looking west. And yeah, we're trying to determine what
Strategic.
I imagine is most likely where these conflict areas are. Yeah. I mean, we can be there and still provide coverage of this. This is going to be the stampede route as people are exiting. So let's.
We're going to position
know
ready
what the we know what the police
what's coming next. The police are moving quite quickly today. So it's not like yesterday where we could kind of wait and see what happens.
We have to stay ahead of this because we want to keep bringing you guys the story of what's happening.
We don't want to risk.
It's not going to be possible.
Not being able to take this. Yeah. Look, you're getting a message.
What's that?
Yeah.
Shout out to Country Girl. Here comes some police up the road here. We are operating like a ragtag spy group here, back to back, moving our way down the boulevard. I'm looking in one direction, he's looking in the other, and don't worry, we got.
There's also the ground. Also, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, we're also looking up and around here.
Yeah. So we're
This
not going home at this point. We're just kind of strategically
This is
locating ourselves in a place to be ahead of any stampedes, because there probably will be one shortly. The police are moving in aggressively right now. They've been today. It's very different than yesterday. A few anyway. I don't know how many. Owner-operators have taken their vehicles and moved them. I don't know where they went. They could still be somewhere else in Ottawa, out of this zone, right? Who knows what the approach is?
Well, it'd be interesting to see if the likes of Dream Down.
Yeah, sorry guys, we're still
Sorry
here.
guys, people are sending us text messages. Please stop. It takes our stream down if we don't touch our phone just right. You can send text messages to SA's phone. It's in my hand. If you're trying to convince me to leave, please do send some encouraging messages as well.
Send it to my message. If you send stuff to my phone, then actually I'll give you that.
Yeah, this is. I have your phone. Yeah,
Okay,
I have.
good. Sorry about that. All right,
As I was saying, let's keep this stream up. There's something's about to happen here. I'm kind of at a crossroads here.
Yeah.
I can kind of see it in all directions. And, what you're looking at ahead of you is the pinch point. This is the area where protesters
are coming from both sides.
Yeah, they're on both sides. So to the right, and you're seeing the movements, right?
Yeah, this is what we anticipated.
And these are peaceful protesters. So you see they're
just walking away.
As soon as the police start doing their stuff, they start to move, right?
Yeah, because this is not
it's as
about,
peaceful as
like,
it gets.
Everyone knows that if they get violent, it's not going to move things forward. It's just going to put them in dark.
Yeah, and let's be honest, the average Canadian did not show up for this. So I hope a lot of these people realize don't sacrifice the future of your life. Wow. Buildings are really turning it into an amphitheater.
Oh, shame on you.
Oh, you couldn't hear what it was? Sorry.
I got the earplugs in. So I have earplugs in. I can't hear very well.
You know, the likes of Evan Sullivan and these folks, they're in here, so they're also subject to arrest. But they have the credentials to get let off the hook, right?
Shame on you! 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 Shame on you!
There's Evan just to the right, if you can shoot him there. Right? Oh, he just threw his shades on. He's just off to the right. He's a tall gentleman.
Oh, I see. I see him now.
I was just mentioning that. Yeah, he's got his bosses, right, and they can just pick up the phone call, probably to their buddies, and say, yeah, just release our guy. If his own face recognition by the officers doesn't get him immediately released, right? He throws his credentials up on the CTV News, right?
The crowd's continuing to be pushed back.
Yeah, you see him there.
It's aggressive. He's staying a good distance back. Where he is.
Yes and no. We don't have his credentials.
I'm gonna go back.
You guys move back. People are running. Slowly.
I may turn around.
Coming from live from Ottawa, New Canada, folks.
News New Canada here in New Canada. Thanks for being here with us.
This is all in preparation for a photo op of empty streets later today. You guys will get this simulcast into all of your living rooms and breakfast nooks. This is the objective today: is to get some clear images of this whole thing dismantled.
And we're doing it in the front.
Yeah. Straight ahead on Parliament Building, take a shot of that.
Look at this guy.
We're told to get out of the middle of this. We're gonna get.
Look at the snipers up there, guys.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
not in a good position. We have to get back to this crossroad here.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, you can't leave me like that.
I was gonna say you need to get far back enough so you can make it appreciate the size.
Yeah, I turned around and I kind of did I showed both sides.
Yeah,
Here,
I want.
you're taller. You want to do that? Sure. I'm on this here. I'm gonna put this in your pocket.
Yep. We're having a low frame per second. Yeah, we're at 0 frames per second. Okay, we're back up. Sorry guys, we're trying to stay in a position here to bring you guys a story, but at the same time remain operationally safe here, so that as this unfolds, that we're still here, we're still on the scene.
Yeah.
And bring it to you guys live from Ottawa, in a foreign country to me, I guess at this point. We'll call it New Canada, Ottawa, New Canada. What's that?
Where did you put this?
It's in this pocket. Yeah. Our fearless leader here, Essay, is taking a bit of a break from the camera work and such. So you guys are stuck with me for a bit. Smash the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. And thanks to all of you guys for jumping on our stream this morning and allowing us to have, what do we got? 18,000 folks on right now. We almost have 40,000 eyeballs, I guess, coming through this lens. And for those of you with 2 eyes, I don't want to, I guess, mischaracterize anybody. But yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for lending your eyes to this. I think the more souls impacted by these images, the better, right? There's something inside of us that moves or gets dislodged inside of us when we witness these kinds of things, and staying away from it and not seeing what's happening definitely allows you to stay mentally in a place where none of this matters. But what happened, just so everyone is aware, she is okay. She has a sore shoulder, we were told. She is my aunt. I've seen people calling her Métis elsewhere. She is a full-blood Mohawk woman, just so we don't spread false information. Sorry, what I was reading is just an excerpt from a text message, I guess, from one of the relatives of the woman who was trampled by a horse. It was reported that she was 76 years old. We covered some of this stuff last night on our live stream. We were disturbed. We were hearing rumors that she died of her injuries and what have you. But I guess we just got some information that from a family member, and we're going to allege anyway.
Yeah, allegedly she's fine. She suffered a dislocated shoulder. She's more or less okay, so
yeah,
that's good. We're very happy to hear about that. Obviously,
we're dropping our frames here.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to get to a spot.
Better.
Well,
or whatever, not jammed up, because this is a jammed up place. So,
I'm looking for the drones because we've been getting jammed up by a lot of drones, right? We're back frames. Yeah, we're back frames. I'm keeping a close eye on it.
May change batteries
because I guess there's a lot of streaming going on, and we're kind of in this little corridor of buildings. There's a few repeaters up on the top of this building, but
check quickly. You might.
And we have a warmer. We got a warmer on the back of this thing, so hopefully we can stay up for you guys. And yeah, I just launched that one this morning.
Well, thanks Everyday Runway for the intel.
Yeah, we are trying to stay safe, so we appreciate the back channel that our loved ones are feeding us here, trying to keep us operationally aware of what's going on. We're definitely inside of this zone, so we are at risk. We do see the mainstream media here amongst this crowd, which kind of gives us um, some level of maybe comfort that if we all get arrested and maced together, maybe these guys will get a little taste of it too. Although they won't be subject to the same longer term conditions, I'm sure.
Movement is happening on O'Connor, where they're changing units. We're on O'Connor right now, by the way.
Yeah, somebody asked about the elderly woman. Sorry, guys, it's hard to read the messages. There's so many of you guys. We'll do our best when we can see them.
Yeah.
They have woken the bear. Yes, they have. Well, we'll see. We'll see about the bear. I mean,
I don't know.
The average
person could be on the other side saying that.
Yeah, that's true, right? The bear. Who is the bear in this situation? I'm not sure.
I'm interested what they mean by that.
Keep up your smile. It is a wonderful morning to actually start off the day with a nice, tall, hot glass of freedom, right?
Even if it is, there are attempts to pour that glass down the drain.
Yeah.
We are still holding it.
We've been reporting throughout this protest that these protesters are on a steady diet of freedom. They're refusing to be re-educated. Like many Canadians seem to have accepted this new reality. Good for you guys. Good for you guys who are all on board with all this stuff. I mean, we'll be there. We'll be there to cover your story one day, I'm sure. Yeah, mainstream's just off to the left. Yeah, the mainstream's off to the left here, getting browbeaten by the crowd. They're launching books into the background of.
They intentionally don't have logos right now. CTV's the only one actually brave enough to come with a logo.
I'm not sure who this gentleman is.
Yeah, there's 3 of them in there.
Is this CBC? Do you recognize him?
No, I don't. There's 3 or 4 of them that are all together.
Let us know. Light up our comment section.
Yeah,
who is this? Who is this reporter? And who does he?
Their feeds.
Who does he work for? Who does that gentleman work for? It's in the mainstream. Oh, look, there's a security officer there that's protecting this guy. Yeah, he just pushed the gentleman who maybe was getting a little too close to his reporter. It's interesting they only got that one guy. That one guy's not. If the crowd were to turn on anybody, that one guy's not going to do much there, except maybe.
And let's be honest, this isn't that kind of crowd.
No, I mean, this is the thing, right? I mean, you can see the amount of security that the mainstream have sent their reporters out here with, because deep down inside, they know they're not operationally at risk here, really. This is a peaceful protest, and it has been, and it's a sustainable. Yeah, it's a sustainable, peaceful protest. So.
People will yell at them and all that, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
I mean, they deserve the browbeating, quite frankly.
Yeah, they've earned it. Yeah. Practically asked for it, really.
Thank you guys for showing up. We got over almost 40,000 eyeballs on this right now, staring through this lens. Every soul that's being impacted by these images, matters, guys. So share, like, and subscribe. Welcome to New Canada. Yeah, freedom enemas for everyone. Bye, truckers. Yeah, for those of you at home celebrating this moment and you're happy the truckers are leaving, as you see them exit, those are also your freedoms exiting there, folks. So, celebrate accordingly. This is the last stand. This is why we showed up. This is the only stand. And as we've seen, the policymakers are They're maneuvering to make sure this is the last and only stand. So here it is, folks. Reporting to you live from Ottawa, Saturday morning. We're in this strange land they call New Canada.
I got it, Austin. I got it.
You're watching Newsly Canada live on YouTube. Shout out to anyone who's restreaming us. Slam our logo up, slam our channel up if you're restreaming us. We appreciate it.
We've been trying to do that since last night.
Yeah, help
We
us.
didn't do it the first time. We didn't think of it, but now
Help us get the message out, folks. Help us, reach more people. China, yeah, China rolls right off the tongue. I must have said that before.
On the street. However, they're just halfway down the street. And again, everybody has a right to their opinion. There are some people here that are with the press that are very polite, like you over there. You're very polite. Thank you.
police seem to have, again, they're taking a longer break than they have been this morning. It's been quite quick how they've been
Yeah,
approaching, right? And they've now
they might need their daily ration of donuts, possibly, folks. I mean, I don't even know if police officers are any more kind of painted with that donut shop brush. When I grew up,
Yeah, they
cops used to pretty much just sit at donut shops for most of their shift. Nowadays, they probably put trackers on these guys and make them keep moving. They got to do a certain amount of stops and checkpoints now. The good old days before all the cameras and all of the security and all of the rules. We're still going 30 frames strong here. Well, someone says, I guarantee you this is not the last stand. It's my opinion.
okay. So you're just checking to see if it's this one?
We're trying to see which one it is.
Yeah.
Newsly Canada.
We're usually Canada.
Newsly, good stuff.
All right. Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So this gentleman.
Shout out to Holly. Shout out to Holly.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in, Holly.
Yeah.
We've only been at this for a few weeks, but we're getting recognized by some of our subscribers as we move through here. I'm sure that it's a limited regional notoriety.
Yeah. Yeah.
From people who are consuming this content, who are actually participating in the protest. But the force multiplication of these little phones is quite, and of course, and you guys, right? You guys showing up and tuning in. Okay, we're back. Sorry, guys. You got to be careful. For some reason, the stream, I'm talking and I glance and it's like 0 frames. Oh, we're back further here, folks.
Trying to keep you away from the snow.
Yeah, we're being pushed back by our signal quality here all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like, what really changed this, eh? 0 frames. I'm stuck down at 0. We got 4 frames. We're squeaking out a couple frames here, but oh no, here we are. We're back up at 30. Sorry, guys, we had to take a step back because, as you can tell, we're dropping frames.
Yeah,
we're
just random. We're just standing here, obviously, and
we're spilling frames all over the place, and they're not getting to you guys. So we had to take a bit of a step back. We're not sure what changed. We've talked about this throughout our broadcasts. Yeah, look at that. We're still dropping.
They're doing this.
Well, yeah, look at this. Okay, we're all over the place with our frames. Hold on by your fingertips, folks.
Yeah, our connection is just getting worse randomly, and so we are continuing to move back because of that. That's why we're moving back right now, because as we get closer to the crowd, the frames go down, and that means that you guys won't be able to see the stream. That's why it's dropping off. So we are.
Oh, look what's to our left there. It looks like might be breakfast time for the Newsly crew.
It's
here.
open. They have been instructed.
Yeah, today I wonder what the messaging was out to these business operators. Speeches and essays explain that lots of times. I'm not going to go over it, but this is our backup channel, Newsly Canada Live, coming to you from Ottawa, folks.
And anyone who did maybe missed it a little bit earlier, we're back this far because as soon as we go any closer, the signal drops.
Yeah, I'm going to try to actually, I'm going to try to move forward at different moments here, but it's hard to tell.
You know, we just got a report they're making arrests on Wellington. I'm not sure exactly what that means.
They're making arrests on Wellington, yeah.
That's what somebody said.
Oh, we got the police asking us to get out of the way there. Almost drove right through us, in fact.
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
Yeah, quite unnecessary behavior, but we've seen the level of maturity from police in this throughout this protest. There's some
We're being recorded by the cops
pretty
right now.
yeah
To our left.
pretty weird. Are we being recorded here?
Looks like it.
So here's one of the intimidation tactics, guys, that we're getting. But yeah, I think what we should do here, if they're going to collect evidence of our awareness or our us being here, right? This is probably going to amount to some level of targeting. Let's not stand in the street. Let's stand on the sidewalk here, because these guys are going to nitpick probably everything that everybody's doing. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you take a look at what this gentleman is filming, this street is pretty much empty here, right? There's nothing really for him to film.
To be faced this way filming.
Yeah, well, and maybe he's providing a live feed, an operational live feed. Who knows? Maybe that's what that's all about. We're not going to jump to conclusions, but we will report what we see,
And again,
and we'll
back
try
this
to
far.
understand what's happening. Yeah,
We're back this far because
we
we
can't.
keep losing signal. We're going to try and move forward again slowly. But right now, the signal hasn't been good as we do.
Yeah, guys, for those of you at home who are wondering kind of like why aren't people holding the line? This is a peaceful protest. So people are doing their best, but ultimately, when you got officers clubbing you and all this other type of stuff, I mean, there's definitely people who are holding the line and they're getting arrested, no question. But this is an average, everyday kind of person protest, right? Not everybody is hardened and willing to, a lot of people are just here to show support. And so when they see that, what the fate of the folks who are, let's say, standing their ground, once you kind of see what's happening to those folks, your resolve to kind of stay there is impacted. We're seeing some odd driving by the police here. I'd say odd, I guess. but maybe not because of the condition of these streets here in Ottawa after this snowstorm.
Maybe let's see.
Yeah. I do want to. I'll show you guys. I'll swing the camera around for a second here and cover this. I believe that's the promised land over there. That's where, if we're outside of that barrier, we may not be subject to arrest. I'm not sure. That's an assumption on my part. But I believe we are still in the zone here. We're definitely still in the zone.
These police are just here.
Yeah, based on some of the images last night that we were seeing and the police action, I guess I'm probably sounding like I'm repeating myself, but I'm continually surprised actually with how many people are showing up. It's almost like this crowd has gotten bigger. It's hard to say. I mean, now everybody's kind of pushed into
everybody's right
one
there.
spot. Yeah. So
It's
maybe
actually smaller. It was big at one point.
Yeah,
Pretty big.
yeah, and you're seeing people are kind of trickling out as their loved ones send them encouraging words to get the f out of here. And it's not falling on deaf ears, guys. Don't get it twisted. I think that essay, we may want to head down into that subway if things get a little weird.
So let's see if it's open.
I think I just saw some folks come out of there. But yeah, maybe go check that out. I've never rode the Ottawa subway. My stream here is probably not going to stay up if we go down there. But and in fact, we may not want to go down there. We may not want to go anywhere where we can be hemmed up and behind police lines. SA is pulling on the door, and it looks like it's locked. Yeah. So yeah, no. The subways are locked. All the restaurants are closed. We're running solely off of Java and some hand warmers. It's actually a nice morning for a Saturday morning out in Ottawa relative to what we've been going through this last month.
Yeah, that's all locked. That's all those doors are locked.
They are, yeah. I was just saying that to the viewers that all of that stuff is locked. I imagine that the people who come up the subway from within can get out, but this whole area has been kind of locked down, we'll say. Okay, we're being told that if we move closer up, we should be able to reestablish our signal. Thank you for the back channel on that. Try to send any back channel stuff to Essay's phone. Because yeah, answering texts or dealing with texts while streaming can actually stop the stream. So I'm trying to minimize that stuff. But thank you for the back channel. That was give this a shot here. We're still holding at 30 strong, 30 frames. I don't want to go obviously right up in there because I believe that there's going to be a move by the police here where hello, good morning. There's going to be a move by the police here where I'm pretty sure they're going to come from both of these sides, right? They're going to come moving, thought to have here. Oh, no, we're back down. Let's see if we can get closer. All right, I'm pushing through the lag here to get closer and see.
to make this country great, including those who are here today and throughout the last 4 weeks who understand the significance of
before my frames come back. So, I'm sorry.
I wonder if it's your phone or that case. Because there's a lot of people there streaming.
Yeah, I do see that there are people there streaming. Unfortunately, right now we're just not getting the signal to be up close for you guys. We're doing the best we can here. My producer's working on potentially doing an equipment change. Oh, you right? Yeah, we'd have to flip the SIM cards, roll them over or something, which is that would probably take us about 3 or 4 minutes. So yeah, we're gonna stay up for you guys here and keep feeding you guys these images. And I think ultimately where we're standing now, if the police are likely gonna at any minute now take that block where everybody is, and they're gonna push them all right down into the center part of our frame here, right? And then whatever, hopefully we establish a good stream here and we stay up through all of that. But anyway, hit the like button on our stream if you haven't already. Share, like, and subscribe. If you're restreaming us, let your viewers know how to find us. We're Newsly Canada. We're on YouTube. We have 2 channels, Newsly Canada, and our backup channel is Newsly Canada Live. And we've been going at this now since the beginning of the protest. We covered part of the convoy. You guys can peek at that footage. We've covered our entire journey of becoming YouTubers, really, I guess, right? Is that what we are now? I guess we're YouTubers, or whatever they call people who do what we're doing here, whatever the current term is. Hopefully, it's a positive one. But yeah, we've covered our journey, working through all the tech and figuring out how to stream, and recording sometimes for hours, and only to realize our audio was off or our audio was just terrible and this kind of stuff. Some of you guys, some of our closest friends and family, you've been along for the ride for a lot of those things, and so you got lots of peeks behind the curtain. We're leaving all that stuff up because we really believe that, think about it this way. People could look at what we're doing here and they can make up all kinds of different narratives, right? If we polish ourselves up real nice and all this kind of stuff, right? People can, they can look for the openings and say, yeah, these guys are this or that. But, it's better if you guys watch for yourself. The evolution that we've gone through as we've come down to cover this event and support it from a journalistic perspective. We obviously are supporters of freedom and peaceful protesting. We don't necessarily attach ourselves to every protester's ideas here because obviously that's irrational. It's irrational for the folks who dismiss this protest because there's, at any protest, there's multiple people who are there to apply and get their message out on their issues, right? But we haven't got it twisted at all. We
Yellow
understand.
Jacket's moving east on Smart Street, which is that road right there.
So they're moving east on that road.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
they're coming in here.
I do see movement up there. There does seem to be a lot more people kind of now moving toward the intersection. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get down into the center of the road and maybe give you guys a better image. Let me see if I can get this telephoto lens working harder for us and maybe give you guys a bit of a zoom. We can't be there, but this is as close as, well, I could probably get you even closer, but things will get a little bit jarring after a while here. You'll probably be able to tell my heart's beating or something with the shakiness of this camera. But thanks for joining us this morning, guys. Newsly Canada live on YouTube. Like and subscribe. But yeah, as I was saying, you can look through our content if you're so inclined, and you can kind of see the journey that we've been through here by deciding that this was the moment to get involved. This was the moment to get out of our armchairs and take our quarterbacking to the actual field here. And we couldn't be happier for the decision that we've made. All you can see, look, the police are marching straight through that up what looks to be on Wellington.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys should be able to see that. They're I guess these are the Yellow Jackets they were talking about.
Well, that was Wellington. I don't think those are them.
No,
I think there's other ones that are going to come and block off the sides with sparks.
You can see there's people being flushed out up the road here. They're, I guess, wherever they are, they've been flushed out. Now they're running to come around the corner. So there must be something happening up there. Let us know in the live chat what you guys are seeing. Sorry, I'm all over the place with the camera. I'm trying to stay operationally aware of what's happening around me here, because I think I do see a lot of people heading this way along this boulevard. I mean, this road was pretty empty when we got here.
Police are pushing right now, looks like.
They're pushing people back, yeah.
Maybe.
Well, maybe that's what they did, is they marched by and then they did their formation. And yeah, here comes the big cannon. Yeah, the big whatever that is. Yeah,
That bloody goddamn thing.
that military level vehicle.
Yeah,
it looks
but
like.
that's the thing that makes a noise.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, hopefully.
That's the thing that makes the noise.
Yeah, the LRAD machine.
Yeah, we have hearing protection in. Hopefully you're doing the same. I'm talking to a streamer here who's pulled up beside us, and I mean, she's probably not even talking to me. She's talking to her viewers. But yeah, we got earplugs in. Hopefully she does too, and keep her ears protected. Because yeah, we don't want any permanent damage. I'm actually going to zoom out here because and get out of this telephoto mode, because the situation is a bit more dynamic, as you can see. As they're coming here, right, you're starting to see the stream coming down a bit. I'm losing frames and all this
Yeah,
stuff.
I believe
right?
that machine, that truck is also might have something to do with it.
It might have a stinger on it or something like that.
Yeah.
One of those cell repeaters that allow them to collect people's information. It'll be interesting to see after all of this what kind of what happens to these protesters. You know, they've probably been thoroughly documented by the authorities. There's definitely people who are out in front of this more than others, more visible. It'll be interesting if there's kind of a law enforcement action that is not on site immediately, but rather after everybody leaves, they start showing up and saying, yeah, we're arresting you for this. We have footage of you being there. We played the announcements that you were supposed to leave or you'll be arrested. All this kind of stuff. I mean, maybe that's a little bit paranoid thinking, but at the end of the day, this is New Canada, folks. They are going to be knocking on doors and kicking doors in, and kicking in some teeth. This is where all this kind of stuff leads to. It doesn't actually lead to less, more freedom, right? All of these law changes, all of this kind of stuff doesn't lead to more freedoms. It leads to less. And I want to give a shout out to all the complacent Canadians. I think most Canadians are. Most Canadians haven't shown up for this. I want to give you guys a shout out. You're making your own bed here. Hopefully, I'll be there to cover your story one day when they come and kick in your door or whatever, take you to some camp or what. Who knows? I'm obviously speculating. I really hope it doesn't come to that. But what I'm seeing here is also something that I know should not be happening. So, once you open Pandora's box, good luck closing it, folks, and not showing up for this.
I was wrong.
I hope whatever strategy, those of you who haven't shown up, I hope whatever strategy that you do have for this, I hope it's a good one. And I hope that it's well thought out and effective
I don't know if you guys
when it comes time for you.
Putting his gun down. That was pretty sick. At what? At what?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna see if I can cross the road here, guys. Get to a different angle so you guys can see this. So apparently we're just getting word. Please stop sending texts to our live stream phone, folks. Please, I'm asking again as politely as I can. Please, when you do that, we have to touch our phone, and sometimes it takes the stream down. So please send any operational information to SA. So what I just got word here is that there's hundreds of police up there that outnumber all of these protesters. There's so many police up there that this is the smaller of the group. So that is obviously, that's a dangerous situation. When you're, if it's a 2-to-1, yeah, if it's a 2-to-1 situation. And look, they're coming down. You can see here. The police are moving down this boulevard. What road is this? O'Connor. Yeah, we're at O'Connor and Queen Street here. We're holding strong at 30 frames per second. Oh, look, Trudeau showed up again here. He's all over this protest. This young fellow they call Trudeau. Well, they call him lots of stuff besides Trudeau, but I think that's his formal name. And
hey, are you live streaming?
Yeah, we are live. We're live to about 12,000 folks, maybe 24,000 eyeballs. You got something to say?
24,000 eyeballs?
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, is that you?
Second.
We got the old hi, Mom. Hey, Jeff. Shout out to Jeff. Good-spirited folks around here. Thank God. People are maintaining their positivity about what's going on here. It's tough. Newsly Canada.
News LY, Canada. This one is live. We have 2 channels. The first one got put on YouTube channel. But yeah, so this is Newsly Canada Live. Okay. Newsly Canada Live. And yeah, check it out. We've been here every weekend, not during the weekend. But we're coming in that customer Toronto every weekend.
So they're playing the message again here, guys, where the multilingual leave or you will be arrested. If you're in this zone, you will be arrested. Right? It's not clear where the zone begins or ends, I think, for a lot of the people who are in this. They're kind of focused on the front line, obviously, and hopefully their loved ones are feeding them information and letting them know. It would be interesting to understand, and we'll look through the analytics, how many actual people are tuning in this morning to focus on this, right? Worldwide. This situation definitely has come to a head. The gravity of and the magnitude, I guess, of this particular development with the police and everything they're doing.
Yeah, there's
looks like we got some politicians walking down the road or bankers, who knows. See if these folks are actually heading to the protest. Not likely.
You know how to do this.
I don't. I do not.
I think I found it.
So yeah, Newsly Canada Live, folks. We're broadcasting here from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. It's Saturday. I think probably it's approaching noon at this stage.
Yeah, it's 11:58.
There we go. I'm a few minutes off on my Father Time radar, but here we are. And you can see they're pushing the crowd back. They're now down the alleyway where we were earlier, right?
Sparks, yeah.
Yeah, they're at Sparks. The new frontier is Sparks here. The front line. Help us get more eyeballs on this, folks. Share, like, and subscribe. Restream us. Do what you got to do. Get the message out. We don't do this for ourselves. We do this for our families and our loved ones.
And just everybody to know.
And our neighbors. You know, these truckers are our neighbors. And so, yeah, we're here to support in any way we can. Yeah, so you can see now that the area that was obviously vacant less than 10 minutes ago, just in front of me, is now probably at about 30 or 40% capacity. It's not quite standing room only, but it's getting there. You can see up at the next street level there that, people are holding that line. We have a gentleman here who's handing out some treats. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It says hold the line. Another duct tape dream right there, if you notice. That's weatherproof, I'm sure. Hold the line with duct tape. Yeah, he's got some duct tape and some Gorilla Tape going for that sub-zero hold all scenario. We've seen a lot of that throughout this protest. People just kind of, rubbing elbows with their fellow Canadians, sharing their wares, we'll say, handing out treats, handing out, earlier this morning, there was a angel walking through the crowd giving out ear protection. And we did get our hands on some of that. We do realize that vehicle ahead of us has a ultrasonic weapon on it that for crowd control. We don't want fluids leaking from our eardrums, so we promptly ran up to this woman that was handing them out, and we got our share. It's been a pretty cool protest to cover because a lot of people see us, freezing, jogging on the spot, rolling our ankles over, trying to stay warm. A lot of people have seen us in the minus 35 and we're kind of sticking with it. And so they come up and give us hand warmers and, kind words of support and that type of stuff. Yeah, it's been an interesting few weeks. A lot of things to process. A lot of things have been said. Check out some of our previous content if you want to see the journey of what ultimately led to this moment that you're witnessing live here. We've covered a lot of it. We've covered as much as we can. We have full-time jobs, obviously, and this is not our day job, but it has been it's been our passion and our hobby here since the start of this. I've probably logged about 10 days in Ottawa myself over the last 3 weeks, and shout out to Country Girl. I've been blowing our vacation budget on this stuff. I was hoping that I could bring my young wife along this weekend, but thankfully she stayed home for good reason. I'll also give a shout out to my dog Zuka. I'm also missing you, the two of you guys. And I'll give a shout out to my young puppy Cal, our our 8 or 9 week old puppy that my wife delivered there just before Christmas. Shout out to all my loved ones, my friends and family. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes, how this unfolds. My hope is, is that everything is peaceful and, none of these people get jammed up legally, for any of this. It might just be a hope and a prayer at this point, folks. We'll have to see how it goes. It's really out of our control. We know what the policymakers want. We know what the police are what their objectives are for the day. It's pretty clear. If you're just joining us, we were covering right from the front line this morning when they actually advanced on a trucker and they broke his windows out, pulled him out of the cab, arrested him, all that good stuff. They popped off some tear gas and some pepper spray at us. And luckily we didn't get any taste of it, but there were people in front of us that definitely bathed in some of it and were impacted. Some of you guys saw yesterday there was a young lady who got maced fairly severely, and she was there kind of holding the line in front of the Laurier Hotel yesterday. These protesters are, unbelievable display of peace here. We really haven't seen even the escalation of too many tempers. There's a lot of passionate people here. I imagine up by the front line is where a lot of those more vocal folks are currently, using their voices. Shout out to those folks. I've expressed throughout this protest coverage that I'm disappointed in the average Canadian that didn't show up. These crowds have been huge, but nothing in compared to the Canadian population, which on some level kind of, is its own it's its own situation in of itself, because I'm not sure what those Canadians think this is all going to lead to. I really don't know. If you're one of those folks that doesn't want to be involved and you're against this, let us know in the comments.
What do you think is going to happen? I guess.
Yeah, like
what's next?
What's your? I guess I'll try to put the shoe on the other foot. I'm sure a lot of the folks against this just think that maybe this is interfering with their ability to get back to normal, right? I think there's a lot of people who are, I guess, doing that kind of mental gymnastics, maybe not even realizing, how much flexibility they actually need to get there. But ultimately, let us know. Let us know, how this scenario plays out for you, where your freedoms are intact. And, these guys came down here to end these mandates, and they didn't do it just for themselves. They said, we're doing it for all Canadians.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the organizers are double vaxxed, so they're not impacted by the mandates.
Well, that's right. But still, they're standing up for what's right. Right. And I think that's the problem this whole time, is that they've turned it into a vaxxed, unvaxxed thing, and they've divided families. They've divided our nation over this stuff. It's actually in violation of our laws, all of these things that they've been doing and saying, and all of this rhetoric, right? These are the people with unacceptable views. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we can try to get back up in there, and see if our stream stays up, folks.
My battery's dying. I can't figure out how to get the extra going.
I mean, as long as we pay attention to what's happening with our frames here, I'm just gonna slowly make my way, and as soon as I see a drop off here,
A&W is closed. All public transportation apparently.
All public transportation is closed.
That's what Everyday Runway said.
So one of our viewers is feeding us some information just from what's going on, and so yeah, apparently all the public transit is closed.
People, if you're listening, we need every truck and vehicle down here we can get. We need to blockade the traders that are trying to push us back from our house. Justin Trudeau, a little message for you. Your days as a corporate, as the CEO of the Corporation of Canada are done. We know you're a treasonous scumbag. You serve foreign agents. Your father was a treasonous scumbag. He fucking took our bank. It was not supposed to fucking borrow money from foreign agents, but Pierre Trudeau hijacked our Bank of Canada and started borrowing money from foreign agents, foreign banks, and put us into trillions of dollars in debt to help with this fucking totalitarian authoritarianism takeover. Justin Trudeau, you are a treasonous scumbag. You will pay for this. You will hang for this. You are going down. Your corporation is going down. We will rewrite a constitution. Your father took our constitution and turned it into an act which null and voided the constitution. We do not have a constitution. Your father made the Charter of Rights and Freedoms an act. That made it useless. It's helping you to hurt us. Everybody out there, I can't believe you voted for this scumbag. His father started the divide and conquer. The National Energy Commission divided the West from Central Canada. Pierre divided the English-speaking from the Francophones, along with stealing our bank. Every prime minister since Pierre Trudeau has been a treasonous scumbag, and they all are going to pay for it. Stephen Harper, I met you one day and I shook your hand. I fucking want to cut my hand off.
Sorry for laughing, guys.
Piece of scum. You fucking put the bail in to allow the banks to take money out of my account. You're stealing from me. You fucking wrote a thing that said Chinese corporations could bring Chinese troops onto Canadian soil if they felt threatened. You are allowing Chinese companies to bring Chinese communist troops in Canada. Harper, you're a scumbag and you're going to hang for treason too. I can't believe that you've been lying. You're all treasonous scumbags. And this goes out to the People's Party. Maxime Bernier, we know your head is so far up Carl Schwab's ass that you're licking Trudeau's feet.
Woo!
And Randy Hillier.
We got a Canadian on fire,
scumbag.
Folks.
And everybody out there that's in politics today is a treasonous scumbag. When the corporation falls, you're all going to jail until your court date in the People's Court. There'll be no public courthouses for you. I know that public courthouses mean government courthouses, and we're not going to be using Admiralty law. We're going to be using We the People law. And dude, you picked the wrong side. You went with a bunch of rich egomaniac psychopaths because your father was an idiot, Justin. Your father was a treasonous idiot. And you fucking could have stood with the people of Canada and stopped this, but you didn't. You're going to pay for that. We, the people, have the power, not you. You're a little piece of shit, and you're going to pay for it.
Thank you for the comment, sir. We appreciate that. The monologue was really running out of that red hot Canuck. He was on fire there, folks. I mean, I'm not going to co-sign everything he said, but he did say some things that I do understand. What's that?
I'm getting news that mainstream may have removed their reporters, which means if that is true.
Yeah, I still got, sorry, I was trying to get you guys closer, but we clearly triggered that gentleman with our lens, and we're glad that he took the time to express himself there. Let us know what you think about that gentleman's comments. He seemed to not like both Trudeaus, and he definitely said some things there that I'm going to bring you guys into this as close as I can. We're getting word that the mainstream media has evacuated. Freedom George just passed by me there. I swear I'm seeing him everywhere here. Actually, I think those reports that the mainstream have left are false. This is Evan. This is Evan from CTV, folks. So yeah, they're still here. along with all these guys.
It wasn't a confirmed report. It was just
Yep.
something.
Yeah, we're now moving through. We're gonna try to find the front line of this. It looks like we're staying up, so hopefully. Oh, look at that! So this is an area I was at earlier, and I was saying this is the pinch point. We're gonna get flanked on both sides. They've only seemed to have only locked off the one side of this here. I'm not sure if this is a line that's being held by the police.
Yeah, I believe it is.
But they are on the sidewalks, right? One on each sidewalk and down the center lane. And I don't see them. Yeah, no, they're not that way at all. So there's a double relief here, we'll call it. But here we are near the front line. Okay, sorry folks, we went down there. We're still up here, but we're skating on thin ice relative to our signal here. We're also skating on thin ice as far as the road maintenance in Ottawa. You know, but
Come on, people, rejoin, 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 rejoin. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I got a mad error. They're hijacking the system.
Same here. I can't go live.
I was live with 25,000 people and it cut me off.
They saw. They saw.
Yep.
Thank you for doing it.
We're back on now, guys.
Oh my God. Bless this connection.
Like and share, guys. Share, share, share.
Share.
Let's get 100,000 back in this stream.
We are here. We're not afraid.
Again, I don't know what happened, guys. If you rejoined, thank you very much. There was some sort of an error. We're assuming, obviously the man, but who knows? Awfully convenient, though, that it cut off there. But we are back live, guys. Dirty tricks. Funny how people can stream for hours and hours and hours, and then when it goes down, everyone's having issues.
Oh, we just parked a couple blocks down. Set off a sound thing.
One guy was grabbed and they piled on him.
We don't even have 6 people on top of it. I even left my hockey stick.
No, this is 5 minutes ago. If you're at the front of that line, they will be able to
Freedom!
We don't have those fucking.
Freedom! 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 Freedom!
It's the message that their arms.
Let's play spot this thing.
Okay, yeah.
We can actually show it to you on just do this. Yeah. So
You have a good day spreading fake lies?
Look where they're standing, too. Hope that's the next guy they grab.
Idiot. Fuck CBC! Fuck CBC!
Did they even knock first?
We saw that family drive in. We saw Steph. That's that car.
No, I'm talking about the truck that they could smash the window in.
What do you think you're doing?
No, they smashed the window of that truck.
How can they do
Yeah, see him open the door too? You really need to open it that hard and slam it against the jam? What a joke, man. Is there even anyone in there? How many are going to climb in and are they going to pull someone out? That's what I want to know.
Very sad though. Hey, he wasn't here.
Where is Dad? You're taller than me. And Josh. Dad's in here. Where's Jay? And Uncle Pete. Where's Uncle Pete? Uncle Pete.
Like, what are they doing? They're just in there ransacking it, ruining it? Or are they actually arresting a driver? Buddy had his gun drawn. Yeah, or taser, whatever's on the left hip. I saw him put it back in.
You ran over and brutally beat a 67-year-old woman in a wheelchair. For what? For standing for peace and love and wanting freedom. If you want to take the vaccine, that's okay. I'm not telling you you can't take it. I'm warning you to the
Like, did they even get anyone out of that
They're
truck?
not going to get.
Did
There's
they?
nobody in there, I don't think, is there?
I just saw the two cops come back out this side. They did have the other door open, but I can't see. That's why I'm just wondering, all that, did they even get anyone out of it?
I hope that made them feel good. How did these people sleep at night?
They were in there a long time, too. Come on. That's crazy.
Yeah, I got sick. I had a fever for a day and a half. Then I had a dry cough for 5 minutes.
People are going to get knocked down right here. When you go, come this way, okay? No.
That's fucking disgusting, Barb.
Logan.
This is a freedom protest. Unreal.
I will not be participating in any of the filming.
They did also smash the windows on the van.
Trying to show you the drone still in the sky, guys. Roll my windows down.
Thank you for the super chats and super stickers. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. Share, share, share. We had 25,000 people on the stream. Let's get them back. Where did everyone go? They should be back on. Make them cut us off again.
Stop the property. Because now they're losing money. Oh, don't worry, I know. Getting tips from home. Telling me to stay on Wellington. I'm like, yeah, I know. We're not going to let us go that way. No, sorry. Lucky they're trying to do this peaceful. You know how many bikers could be down here? And it wouldn't be peaceful anymore. So they're just lucky right now. That's all I got. And I don't think it's in that area no matter what. Get earplugs, guys! Get earplugs. They're setting up that machine. Earplugs won't help. Well, better than nothing. I have to do something now.
There's only one way to counter those, and that's with another acoustic device.
Why did she get his dog out of here?
Stickers up there.
Yep.
Should roll your windows down if you don't want them to smash them. They smash the truck, they smash the van.
I can eat a few more for space.
Yeah. Especially because it's all blocked. I can't see on the other side. They'll smash it. I gotta make sure I don't get blocked in here.
Bobby, switch sides.
I think if we're going to see anything significant here, folks, it's going to be on the next couple advancements when they get close up to these trucks. I had 25 and they cut my stream. Amazing the force they need for a peaceful protest in the park cars, eh? I warned this guy, I said, open your windows because they're smashing every window that's closed. It's unreal. Yeah. I think it's crazy. It's overboard. You could have been settled with talking.
Wind blowing our trees, your song and green, far and wide, Canada, we stand on your our land, glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Merci tout le monde! La victoire est notre humanité! Our victory is our humanity! Yes! We do not need to be in one place! We are who we are! And we have seen that we can live in peace and harmony across geographic differences, racial differences, religious differences, all sorts of differences, with initiative, common sense, and teamwork. Thank you, everyone. We want the mountain police. We want the mountain police.
Yep, exactly. Police are peaceful.
Where's the mountain police?
Probably running people over somewhere else. Thank you so much for the super chats, guys. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. You're seeing this live downtown Ottawa.
They've already shown spray like 3 times, 3 or 4 times. I was at the line right now.
Did you see the flashbang?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was wild, eh?
Were you at the very front?
Not at the very front. I'm keeping my distance. I don't want to get arrested and lose my
was that
stream.
like, were you there like when it first started coming in? Though?
Yeah, I've been coming back the whole time, right from the chateau. Someone just came up. gave me some earplugs, but they won't really help much against an LRAD if they actually use an LRAD. If you know what an LRAD is. Might help a tiny bit, but not much.
Hi guys.
The Lord God Jehovah, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, has revealed himself in the Holy Scripture as a loving God who will certainly forgive your sins, even your sins this day, and you will forsake them and return unto God in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the true revelation of the character of God. He is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. He is Jehovah, our righteousness. He is the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. And in the name of Jesus Christ, I say unto you, let the wicked man forsake his way, and the unrighteous man is gone, and let him return unto the Lord. You know that the story of the prodigal son, that one who destroyed his birthright and betrayed his father, and sent away every privilege. God revealed in that parable that he is willing to forgive the sinner and to receive the sinner as that father was to receive that prodigal son.
That could be classified as kidnapping.
That would be classified as kidnapping.
Yep.
I would put in one good shot. I was great.
GJJ, thanks a lot.
Back up. Back up. Back up. There we go. Tear gas. That's tear gas. See something.
You just popped off some tear gas.
God! God! Hurry!
Now you guys are
Hi, get over here.
You're taking oath to uphold the Constitution of Canada. Not to serve any politician. Not to serve a media.
Get out from the tracks, you guys.
Remember your oath. Remember your oath.
Serve and protect, you guys have a fucking oath. You motherfuckers. What the
Well, I can't see.
Got pepper sprayed.
Careful there, you see that?
They smashed the window too?
Or
Or did you have them open? I hope you had them open.
I think he did.
It's unreal.
That's freaking
Feeding our women! Feeding our women!
He's not the terrorist! War guys!
Guys are beating our women! Beating our women and innocent people! You're gonna hurt them! Leave them alone! Leave them alone! Alex! Alex!
Little boat.
Keep going, keep going.
My friend.
Sorry. I'm just trying to get a better spot here, guys. I'm not running away. Shot off more tear gas.
I've never seen anything like it. Let me show you. About the times. This is our free country. This is our free country. Please send prayers. Send prayers. But they're beautiful. Soon you're gonna see them in
They really got to wreck everything they can, eh? Got tear gas on the other side here. Oh, that's fire. Smoke. One of the trucks was revving like crazy. Smoke everywhere here. I don't think there's a whole lot more I can really show you guys. I'm going to hang around for sure, but I'm not getting caught up in that mess. They've got police over there yelling at people to not go that way. Yeah, they got Wellington all blocked off now.
Yesterday, this morning when I 2 years of lies got you to this. 2 years of lies. Keep lying, buddy. Keep lying. Everything you've done to make this happen. 2 years of lies. You've been lying for 2 years. For like 6 years, for the last 2 years. You said was a lie. Everything for our health, correct?
Yelling at a bunch of reporters and camera people.
Box and you win.
Yeah, yelling at a bunch of camera people here at this end.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
22 days they couldn't come out, but now they can.
And then they come out like this.
Bunch of stormtroopers.
Unreal.
Oh, no, I know. That's right. Yeah. I might not know their name, but God does. God knows their name. God knows who they are. Ah! All this for our health. Yeah, all for our health. Shame on you. That lady that got trampled. That was for her health, right?
This is about it, folks. They've got us all blocked off and making us all leave down one way, or you're getting arrested.
And then you'll let us go. Oh, you will be arrested, and then we'll let you go around the corner. Fools!
I wonder what the arrest charges are.
There is a heavy
I know. You get arrested, you have to be charged, and then you have to have a court date. That's how it's supposed to work.
Shit, waiter. I can take you fucking 20-year-old to the phone booth.
Well, it looks like a lot of the trucks are choosing to leave instead of have the police vandalize and wreck their trucks. I guarantee every truck back here has been ransacked. Instead of just, take the person out of it and then tow the truck, they're smashing all the windows if the windows are closed. And obviously, I guess, door locks. But yeah, now they're completely forcing everyone here out of the area or you're going to get arrested. Definitely keep an eye on the court cases after this, folks. Whether they succeed or not will be a different story, but I guarantee you there's going to be piles of them. I got to make sure I don't get bottlenecked in here, guys. I don't want to be arrested. Arrested or quote unquote arrested. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You guys are seeing it here live. Watch out, guys.
personnes trouvées dans ce sera arrêtée. You must leave. You will be arrested. Anyone found within the zone will be arrested. Devez partir. Vous serez arrêté.
It's weird hearing the propaganda speaker going there. It's like I'm in a movie.
You must leave. You will be arrested. Anyone found within the zone will be arrested.
These guys are having trouble getting out because of the snow and such. Not much room.
Everybody help them out!
Come. Straight up. Go, buddy. Oh, time to give it a run. Give it a run. Run. Ah, more, man. Yeah. There you go.
He's under my bump. Up of it. He's under my bump. We do this. It's separate from the government.
I expect they'll be pushing up again pretty soon.
I tried to get back. I couldn't get back as quickly as I needed to. I wanted to. And you can take this, you don't have much on both sides. You look at it. Because mostly everything's closed.
Yeah, we're just down the street from them. Yeah, because we were on that side, and that's how far we've got pushed.
What, on the other side of the factory trip?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Just on the other side of that.
Hide behind your little gate, eh?
Oh yeah, they're nice and safe back there, aren't they?
Let's see, you guys. Let's all look at their faces. Because when Justin Trudeau is fired next week, yeah, now they cover up. Now they cover up, hey?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How do you guys sleep at night? You guys are disgusting. Nothing but crimes to you.
Yeah, that's the other thing that blows my mind. I've been streaming amongst thousands of people all this time.
Yep.
Not sick.
Not sick, nothing.
The whole convoy didn't get sick.
Yep.
It's crazy. I don't know. Don't know what to believe anymore.
All right, Carter, you like to go?
They got Parliament all fully gated off, fenced off. And then they're the guards up there in case anyone makes it up, I guess.
You guys are smart. You have your clothes.
We're just not surprised anymore.
I know, but let's not act on to that word.
Next time, get a full face, though.
Oh, next time we're going to get I'm not going to fucking like this. Once the lawyers start marching.
Tu pensais par rapport à un en arrière? C'est, tu peux passer par mon cadre, c'est bon. We don't even have to do it. Or the 12 people. Thank you very much. I'll make it.
Come check out Canadian Rambo on YouTube.
Okay.
On YouTube, yep, live right now.
Okay. So you're in the zone already. Okay. There we go. So even some of the locals are showing up here. So we heard that apparently
Nobody wants a horse break your leg. So when they get here, give them room. Don't push the horse.
All right. I think that's about it for me in this area there, folks. If they close up this back area, everyone in here is screwed. So, and they are giving everyone plenty of warning to get out of here. So I ain't gonna risk it, guys. It's not much more really to see. They're just gonna keep pushing forward until everyone's pushed out of the area. Ultimately, I think. But I'm going to hang back here a little bit, so I'm near the exit more than anything. We'll wait and see if anything else does happen, but there we go. Another flashbang. Super necessary. Such a crazy crowd. Huh? Flashbang.
I don't know, man. They're a little louder than that.
Yeah, actually, it might have been smoke. It might have been, yeah. Well, they popped one earlier. It was a flash. Yeah. Because there was the big flash. Yeah. Like way earlier, they dropped one right at the side edge. There was a big bright flash. Yeah, it went bang. It was louder, way louder than that, but it wasn't that bad. I don't know. I was on the other side of the road, so you know.
They've got a pretty small cone of effects.
Yeah, they're meant for a room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
drop it right there.
It's like pretty bright outside right now. Our eyes are already pretty
Exactly.
dilated,
Yeah.
so-
But the first one earlier definitely was a flash. I don't see the smoke, so I think it was. It's unreal though. Like they're going so overboard. Yeah, it's just a fire pit. They're going so overboard.
Oh.
Tear gas, popping flashbangs. They're smashing every window. Every tent is getting ransacked, torn apart. I hate to see the inside of these guys' trucks after they've gone in. It's ridiculous. Like, if there's no one in there, leave the truck alone.
Same with Australia.
Which stream are you?
Canadian Rambo.
Fucking right, man. No, I've been watching you a bunch, man. It's
Thanks
so
a
awesome
lot,
to
man.
meet you.
That's sick. Yeah, I've had a few people that are like, hey, who are you? And I say it is. And, oh, I watch you there, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, right on. Yeah, no, it's cool.
Actually, I think one of my buddies is watching right now.
I got 15,000 on the stream right now. I had 25 earlier and it cut out on me.
Oh, really?
How
how
ironic, eh? Or yesterday when they started moving too, you know, I guess there was so many of us down there streaming it that it overran the mobile network. Yeah.
Are you on LTE or did you switch to 3G instead?
Well, I had to buy. I've been buying SIM cards because I'm chewing through data. I have
Yeah.
Chatter right now, and they're apparently 3G, but it's good enough to stream 1080p.
No, for sure, because I have way better luck if I just force my phone to 3G.
Yeah.
And then any of the LTE bullshit doesn't affect you at all.
Yeah, because no one's using 3G
And like 3G's
anymore.
got an upload of what 40 or 50 megabits potentially, so that's way more.
Yeah.
Right on,
That's a
man.
good idea, man.
I'm glad you met you, man.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
My buddy is like, say hi.
Screenshotted my what I'm looking at.
Say hi, Canadian Rambo. What's up, Johnny? What's up, Johnny?
Right on. There you go, Matt. Shout out, Johnny. Thanks for watching, brother.
John.fm.
John.fm. Thanks for watching, brother.
Even all over the world.
Oh, I thought you said lies. I was thinking, what? Yeah, live. Canadian Rambo. I'm live right now. Thank you.
His brother just said I can hear you talking. What's up, Tom?
That's awesome. Right on, guys. Like, share, subscribe. Moments like this that make it even more worthwhile. Meeting up with people and finding people that watch my streams. It's cool. They're just drawing it out for dramatic effect, if you ask me. I don't know what they're waiting for. There's enough of them. They could just keep pushing forward and push the whole crowd out the one last street they have open. I don't know what's going on. Thank you for the super chats, guys. You guys are amazing. I love the support. Thank you so much. Sounds like it's getting a little bit rowdy over here. What do we got going on here? Yeah, I know.
Cut this corner, those people are gonna get stuck between.
Come on here, join us. Oh, what? Good luck. You think about that? All of you.
You don't have to show. And if they want traffic.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what's going on in downtown now.
Well, check the old school too on this.
As if they got the horses again. What do you need horses in winter for, fools?
I am on Wellington and O'Connor.
It's ridiculous. What the hell do they need horses for? Run people over. They want to trample some more people, folks. They brought the horses back. Watch out, they got the horses again. Unreal, man. What good is a horse in this? Insane. Put the horse at risk and people at risk for no reason. Horse on ice. Good mix. Anyways, I'm going to try and go down through Spark Street here. They probably got it blocked off over there, but I'd like to see on the other side. Looks like some people are trying to approach the cops from the other side. Pure insanity. I wonder, they put studded hooves on or studded shoes on the horse's hooves? Just insane. Sorry, guys, bear with me. Like I said, I'm trying to circle around to where the backside of the cops over here on Wellington. Give you another view. Yes, it is CL. Cray. Ice pick horse's neck. Why? The horse didn't do anything. Man, think before you speak.
No joke.
Idiot.
So I can go to all these.
Thank you.
Oh, that's nice. I got the drone up here still.
That's how far you know they're gonna go. Remember the guys that walk down the sidewalk?
They run anyone else out over with the horses yet?
Yeah, not yet.
Like, what's the point of the horses, eh?
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Just to put on a show. That's what it is.
Yeah, they won't go anywhere. Now there'll be a guy come down the sidewalk.
Yeah, I can see him there. I saw him off to the left.
Yeah, and he'll come down, and that's the point.
Yeah, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is.
Now when they start walking down the sidewalk.
Yeah,
we'll have a
the
guy-
one with the dog there too.
Yeah, and there will be a military guy with a. There will be a military guy as well.
Freaking insane.
Yeah, there he is, right there. You see that military guy?
With the camera?
No. Right
Oh no, that's our guys. Our
no,
side.
No. The military guy right there. The guy right in there in front of the horse. He's the guy with the gun.
Yeah.
He walks down with the guy with the yellow stick.
Yeah.
And wherever they stop, that's where they come to.
Yeah.
Trudeau's not the only one getting an F. Y'all got to go back to civics class.
Sorry guys, trying to plug in a power cord here.
Peaceful protest. Peaceful. Keep it peaceful. Peaceful. This is peaceful. 10 feet at a time, hey guys? Watch the sidewalk. That's your line.
Thank you to everyone that's come out to the stream. Appreciate your support. I think this is gonna about do it for me though. My battery on my phone is dying now. I don't think there's much more is really gonna happen either. They're just gonna finish securing the area and then ruin all the trucks and get them towed. So
Come on, that's what they want us down there. Yeah, we want to get them way over there. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. We're going to play war. We're only. Come on, don't clean their hands, man. Those are the Montreal, the Warriors. All we have to do is just keep bringing them for a walk. Yeah. That's it. They're gonna run. They're gonna disperse. Run. Disperse. We gotta pee sometimes. We gotta piss. I heard too. But I was right in front. It burned. We had these.
You're done. These guys have no business. Yeah. Rick, don't come back.
Come on.
Yeah.
Every intersection. You walk from the Delta.
No, they're about to move up.
They do. Okay, so
Oh, sorry, guys.
we're heading off to a different area now. They're needed somewhere else.
They must have heard of another old lady to trample.
You know what? They could be called. They could be called.
Justin Trudeau, give me that line. Be true to yourself, man. Don't be fucking taking over that bullshit. That's why I work for myself. That's what you hear all the time. Really?
You know what I said to the cops today, right as they rushed me? I said Nazi, Hitler's Nazis is a
I was just gonna say the same freaking thing.
You know what? I saw a perfect meme. The soldiers that were nailing Jesus on the cross, and one guy says, I got a family to feed, man.
Well, it's funny though too. Back in what was it, 2014, when the Canada was saying Cuba, was it Cuba? They were saying they're supposed to be able to have a peaceful protest and that, and then turn around 5, 6, 7 years later. Yeah, they're just gonna get arrested.
There's nothing to fight for. You're not helping any trucks get out. Nothing.
Yeah, I think it's time to regroup and formulate a new plan for the.
No, there's a couple cops up there.
back up Spark Street there and see if I can see anything back up by the crowd.
You want to be here around these people because it's been so
Closing in hard up there.
Yeah.
So I know global you're
Anyone?
Oh, the green guys are coming. The green guys are coming. Pushing. They're going to push back. Freedom! 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 Comes that machine, whatever that thing was. Have they done it yet?
No, and I doubt they will.
Oh, that's why people have plugs. I didn't bring any plugs.
And no, the plugs won't help you.
Okay.
It'll scramble your ears. It goes into your body too. You feel it in your body. You ever been to a concert and feel the bass?
Yeah.
Multiply that by 100.
Fuck, I hope they don't do that. And I hope
They shouldn't need to.
I don't know why they have fucking horses here yet.
The only way they're going to use that too is if people stop moving.
The horses are for the lazy ones.
We're moving, so
It's a
that's
show.
probably why they have
Showboating is what it is. Oh, look, we're the RCMP. We're here. No, the iconic mountain police. Got to be used against the
One
people.
cop's an absolute fucking tears.
It's crazy. It's what it is.
Freedom! Big time! Freedom! Big time!
Big
Let's
time!
go!
Huge time, freedom!
Yeah.
These are the true patriots. These are the true heroes right here.
One throw! I try to hold the line.
Split up the RV on the sides until the RV, and then split them.
Fucking hit the front lines. I brought my gas mask. So you're still having fun. You need a hug. You need a hug. Yeah, you need a hug.
I was like, that's going to be great. Promise that. But you're making it look. I mean, we have _ snaps on Instagram. My dad fought in World War II.
No, I got his last year.
This is about the end of the here, people. Last of the people are all blocked up here now. Well, I think now it's just a matter of time. We'll wait and see how long till they come back.
They're the occupation.
How come you guys always need so many guards?
Yeah, exactly. Good question.
Then you got live streamers like me to walk around by myself, no security.
Yeah. Why do you need
Why does the crowd not like you here?
Ask yourself.
It's a bit ironic. No news anywhere now goes around with their labels on either anymore. Can't identify them until they pull the mic out.
No, don't touch him. And you have no lawful authority to touch him.
Give them space to do their lying. There's a special place for them. Give them space.
Give them room, guys.
Give them space to do their lying.
They're not giving us space to do our truth.
Give them some space.
Yeah, you did touch it. There's a lot of cameras that showed it.
Right.
Go where there's no people. Strong opinions. There you go.
They are facts. They're not just opinions. You guys have to report the truth.
They are pushing back protesting. Yes, they are pushing back protesting.
You should also report that somebody was run over by horses yesterday, like you failed to do this morning.
I don't know. You can't see any of their identification. I'm thinking, I'm not going to speculate. I don't know. They don't identify themselves. Like I said, they will have to walk around with security. They can't identify because the crowd, people don't like them.
No one knows how you would know.
Freedom, absolutely. You're from American League. Jordan. I heard you talking.
Thank you, Tiffany. Much love, much appreciation. But it doesn't look like much more is happening. Cops are just holding the line here. I imagine they're going to probably put fencing up there to block it off from any re-entry for now. It's 11:30 at the moment in the morning, so they may continue on later today, but it's hard to say. That might be it for today, and then they'll continue moving on all these side streets and that if they need to.
They might actually have a presence on the south, but so far that is not the case. That is not the case. People on each side of the street. acceptance. When it first started. The Dolphins. Remember the Dolphins? I didn't know when I was on an oil rig when I was 26, but I didn't fucking know shit.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to take a picture with my other camera. Just give me 1 sec here.
Sorry.
Right on, right
Sorry,
shot,
man.
buddy.
Sorry, man. Go ahead. Oh, who are you on YouTube?
BD Rambo.
Oh yeah, I was watching you, man.
Right on. Thanks, brother.
Thanks for all the streaming, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, it's just trying to show the truth, right?
Yeah.
I was just heckling CBC down there, asking them why they need a bunch of guards whenever they're out here.
Oh yeah, the CBC.
And I said, and then there's guys like me that are live streaming, walking around by myself, no security.
They have the funds.
Well, no, because I tell the truth.
Right.
The crowd doesn't hate me for lying.
Yeah, you're allowed to. Yeah, you're allowed to. You know, they need.
I need the truth. We do need the truth. I know. Hey, I'm having the same problem too.
Is it because it's cold or what?
Yeah, because the cord pulls on the gimbal, right? So it's throwing it off balance. Yeah. So I try and hold my cord up or like that.
This guy's a veteran camera guy. I can't believe he's fucking it up all day.
So first time, guys, you want to trade? You take over? You get the real
Give him the heavy one.
Well, yeah, exactly. I might take this back. This just makes more sense.
It's easier, eh?
This
Like it's so hard because I'm live. It's so hard for me to pull the big one out, even though it does take amazing pictures.
Yeah, that thing looks pretty a lot easier.
So what's the craziest shit you've seen so far?
Nothing crazy, man. Other than the cops.
Yeah.
The cops is the craziest thing I've seen. The way they're behaving, smashing all the truck windows, guaranteed ransacking every truck for sure. Guaranteed. Every tent they're coming across, they're just ripping it apart.
Yeah, we've seen that already.
Yeah.
They just rip it down.
Yeah, they're just, I don't know. I guess they have a big, hard on for it to get some action going. They've been waiting and all that. So
What's the plan here? Are they gonna does anybody know are we gonna end up with somewhere where we're allowed to have protesters, or is it just
It's hard to say,
everyone
man.
gets arrested eventually?
well, they pushed everyone to here now. All Wellington is all cleared out. They've taken over where all the trucks and that were, and I think what's going to happen is they're going to put a fence up here till everyone here dissipates and disappears, and then they'll slowly reopen it. Maybe the truckers will come back, but as it stands now, it looks like it's over. They're just going to.
Would you say that cops have been pretty reasonable though? It sounds like they haven't been doing too
I personally haven't seen anything crazy, but watching these guys come, like watching the window smashing and like I said again, ransacking of the truck. I watched two guys climb in one side of the truck inside, and they had the other door open too. So there was at least two guys in there at one time. I never saw anyone get pulled out. I don't know if he got it pulled out the other door, but yeah. So and like the tents and that, they're like whipping them, tearing them apart and
What
that.
about you and the media? Have they fucked with you at all?
No, I've kept my distance though. Yesterday, a live streamer got arrested because he didn't listen to him. He didn't. He said he was told twice, and then 2 cops took him from behind and arrested him.
So the cops are being reasonable. They're just
As far as I could tell, yeah. Other than when they're marching, where some would call it reasonable, others would call it unreasonable.
Yeah. Well, I think that is one positive from all of this. Is the cops could easily just come in and shut her down immediately, and
Which is what they're also getting criticized for. Why didn't they do this at the beginning, right?
yeah.
You know, and why did we have to go to a state of emergency to do this?
Yes.
It's mental. And why didn't Trudeau come out and talk to them?
Well, it's
No dialogue with the people organizing it.
I assume the state of emergency is because we are allowed to peacefully protest. Right?
Well, apparently we're not. Apparently it's not considered a peaceful protest.
Not
They
under
call
a
it an
temporary
occupation.
dictatorship, right?
Yeah.
Under a temporary dictatorship.
Oh. Crazy days.
What phone are you using? Oh, you're using the Apple.
Yeah, what do you got?
S21 Ultra.
Nice. Is that a better one?
I don't know. Everyone loves my picture though.
Yeah. No, it actually does. I was watching on my big screen at home. It looked great.
Yeah, everyone's been saying it. I'm really happy about it.
Yeah.
Makes me happy.
Oh, it's been cool to have you out, man. Like,
Yeah, it's been cool to meet people too that are watching my streams and that, man.
you're like, you're probably
It's awesome.
kind of famous around
Well, it's
here.
sort of starting to get there.
Yeah, it's true, man.
After these, this is my set. I had 25,000 people on my stream down there. All of a sudden, I got a mad YouTube error. My stream cut. I'm back up to, I got 10,000 on right now. After this, though, I think I'm sitting around 20,000 subs.
You got 10,000 on, you got 30 people. 30.
Oh, yeah? I was at 25,000. 2 nights ago, I had 22,000. You want to know the best part? I started like a week and a half ago. Made partner already.
Nice.
Yep. All thanks to these viewers. You guys, it's all thanks to you guys. It'd be useless without you. Make sure you smash the like, share, and subscribe.
So my one buddy just has a good question here. You have the right to peacefully protest until they tell us to go home.
Apparently, yeah.
That's basically where we're at.
So what's that say? Your protest means nothing.
Yeah.
Go home, it means nothing. We don't care. Is what Trudeau has said to them. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I'm surprised that there's not more people here today.
I'm also surprised that there wasn't more resistance from this side, like the non-police side. I would have figured there would have been a little bit more resistance in that, but
Has there been much resistance? Or
no, because the whole premise of this convoy has been peaceful. Yeah.
So I mean, that's almost a good thing.
Yeah. So what I think is going to happen is they're backing off. They're letting them have their little win at the moment. They'll be back.
Yeah.
Right. They'll be back, and they'll come worse, or they'll block the outer of the city. They'll shut. There needs to be some compromise, in my opinion.
I don't think this just goes away.
I don't think so either. I think there needs to be some compromise at minimum. There's enough people, this has gone on for 28 days, almost a month now. And
I think at some level there's always going to be people here doing this until they make it so that mandates.
honestly, I'm glad this is going on. I'm a small business owner who has been crippled all through this pandemic with these shutdowns and that. And all I ask from the authorities, show me proof of what you say. They never show proof. Trudeau can never give a straight answer, ever. Have you ever heard him give just a straight answer? Yeah, or he's just bouncing around his drama teacher head, right? What is this? Huh? Yeah, I don't know. Crazy world we're living in, though.
Oh, yeah. That's a good call to break that up because people are going to be getting slammed into it.
Are they thinking of moving up?
Well, I got steel toes on. I'm sorry, Bob. Sorry.
Okay.
I agree, Dan.
I think that's it for me.
Thanks for all your work, brother.
Yeah, no worries, man.
More mandates.
More.
Come on, I guarantee you every officer in that line.
Did you just have a troll say we need more mandates?
What?
Did someone on your stream just say you need more mandates?
No. He was saying the resistance is only getting stronger for mandates.
Oh.
I guarantee you every officer in that line is right now.
I was gonna say you already have trolls with 30 viewers.
God damn it, Tilsonburg. Tilsonburg show.
Man. The trolls get out of hand though sometimes. Holy jeez. I have to ignore the chat sometimes.
Yeah, you wonder how many are not.
The best was the other day there was this girl named Becky in the channel and she kept calling me a coward. And I said, for one, you're not down here. I'm down here. For two, bye-bye, blocked. Man, everybody in the chat was laughing. I still hear about it.
Yeah, we're out here freezing our butts off.
There's probably in here. Yeah, there's probably people start talking about it again, laughing, hearing me talk about it.
Are we allowed to blast music or is that? Last night I was down at the front line. My speaker until like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm just playing that song. No, I have a big speaker. That's why I'm here with this. I extended my stay at the hotel just to charge it. I'm going to bring it down here and have everybody.
Thank you for the super chats, guys.
Dancing, and everybody's morale was down at the line. So now can't let them get our hopes and our spirits down, right? That's the power. The energy we're giving off is our power. We can't let them get us down. I agree.
Cord keeps pulling on the phone, guys. Sorry. People praying. Look at this puppy. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me. I need to go home and have a rest and have some food. I think all the main excitement's pretty much over anyway, but I'll keep my ears to the news and all that. And
Which live stream are you with?
Canadian Rambo.
Nice. I'm looking for this guy right here. He's on television. My mother's listening to him. Put that out there. This guy's on television telling us to look for the sliver in our eyes. He's got a huge plank in his own eye.
Gotcha.
Thanks, brother.
No worries, bro. As I was saying, guys, thank you very much for joining the stream. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, turn on notifications so you don't miss any future live streams of if this convoy event continues or any future big events in the city. I'm planning on getting myself a mobile CB radio and a scanner so that I can keep my ear to the ground even better and try and report live on anything going down for you guys. So make sure you stay tuned to the channel. Future, I got plans for the future for this. Once this convoy is done and I can start putting a lot more energy into it, be great things coming, guys. All thanks to you guys. One last look there before I cut off. Yeah, they got the loudspeaker going now again, I guess, telling them to move more. And they're just going to keep pushing everyone away till everyone leaves. Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. Future demonstrations, Richard Hamilton. If there are more coming, which I imagine they will be, I'll be there. Don't worry. You'll be seeing it live. As long as you subscribe and turn on notifications. I'm just looking at watching the comments and that for a second, guys. Again, right on. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I absolutely appreciate it. You guys are the greatest. Canadian Rambo out.
Hello, I'm Peter Van Dusen, and this is special headline politics coverage now on CPAC. Look at the live shots. We have our studio here where you can see all of our cameras positioned for this major rally that is taking place, protest in front of Parliament Hill, which is shut down downtown Ottawa now. Major protest rally just really getting underway in to a greater extent. Over the noon hour, we expect the largest number of people to be showing up. It involves, of course, these convoys of truckers from across the country who have been joined now by others who oppose the vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions imposed in this country. The majority of the protesters, and the exact number not known, as we look out over Parliament Hill, we can tell you it's several thousand at this point, several thousand more lining the streets, and all of them making their way towards Parliament Hill this afternoon, and they have shut down the central core of the nation's capital at this point. Organizers, they've promised a peaceful protest, but law enforcement officials have expressed concerns about possible extremists joining the ranks of the protesters, and there is a very large security presence in downtown Ottawa over the next couple of days. The protests, the convoys, they began as a show of opposition from the 10% or so of truckers in this country who are not vaccinated and stand against the federal mandate, which came into effect earlier this month, requiring all truckers entering Canada from the U.S. to be fully vaccinated if they want to avoid a 2-week quarantine. We should also note that the United States, the government there, federal government, requiring all Canadian truckers entering the U.S. to be fully vaccinated. So this is a mandate that now applies on both sides of the border. Also, a number of the protesters who have traveled to Ottawa have joined on to the truckers' convoy and the grievances of the truckers and layered on their own grievances. Some want the federal government to be replaced. They want the Senate and the Governor General to invoke powers they don't actually have, to replace the Trudeau government, depose the Trudeau government, in fact, and run them out of office because of their opposition, the people's opposition, the people gathered here today, to these federal and provincial mandates. They're also taking on provincial governments and calling on them to end all vaccine mandates and the vaccine passport systems that we've seen in this country during COVID-19. They want an end to contact tracing programs. And we know that protective services on Parliament Hill have also warned members of Parliament that there have been online attempts to obtain the addresses in Ottawa of some members of Parliament when they stay here from different parts of the country. And so they have warned MPs to stay away from the Hill and to be aware that some people may be searching out their Ottawa residences. So we are going to have, in our coverage this afternoon, I'm going to take you down into the protest to hear what these people have to say, why they've come to Ottawa. Some of their views will not be popular. but this is what we do at CPAC. We bring you into these events that are taking place to let you hear from the people who are part of them. We have some of that. Our crews have been out there all morning, so we'll bring you that as we continue to our live coverage as well this afternoon. Where are the politicians on this? Well, we know the Prime Minister has described a lot of these protesters as part of a small fringe element in the country. People's Party of Canada, of course, supports it. The NDP opposes this big rally and what some of these people stand for in support of the NDP of vaccination, of course. And the Conservative Party of Canada, some prominent members of the Conservatives have taken sides with the truckers and in support of this rally. We've heard from them over the last couple of days as well. And today we're getting support from a prominent Conservative provincial premier. Look, Scott Moe, Premier of Saskatchewan, has weighed in today. He's issued a statement, largely the front end of the statement supporting the need to get vaccinated, to get boosted as a way to minimize the effects of COVID-19. But then he goes on to say, that said, the support of vaccinations, because he says vaccination is not reducing transmission, the current federal border policy for truckers makes no sense. An unvaccinated trucker does not pose any greater risk of transmission than a vaccinated trucker. However, the current federal policy does pose a significant risk to Canada's economy and the supply chain in our Saskatchewan communities where you and I live. This federal policy will increase the cost of living, which is now rising at a rate that's creating significant hardship for many Canadians. That is why, and this is from the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, that is why my government supports your call to end the cross-border ban on unvaccinated truckers, and it's why in the not-too-distant future, our government will be ending our proof of negative test, proof of vaccination policy in Saskatchewan. That coming just in the last little while from the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. Now, as I said, our cameras have been out there on the street. This is getting information about exactly what's going to happen in terms of an agenda or a program has been difficult from organizers of this protest. We have seen a riser, a bit of a small podium on Parliament Hill where we think some speeches may take place in the next little while, but we aren't sure of that. The bulk of the truckers and the bulk of the people have been told to arrive on Parliament Hill over the noon hour, around noon Eastern time, so that's in the next 25 minutes or so. So we will see these crowds you're looking at. We expect to see those crowds swell. Again, not sure what the expectation is. Could be several thousand to well over 10,000 by the time these numbers are counted and people have taken up their positions on Parliament Hill. Also not clear on how long they're going to stay. You'll hear in some of our conversations with some of the protesters today, some are here for the day, some are here for a couple of days, some are promising to stay as long as it takes, they say, to get the demands they're asking for to be given into by the government, which, to be clear, has signaled there's no intention of changing the cross-border trucker vaccination policy. So clearly signs from the Liberal government that they're not going to bow to any of the requests or the pressure being brought to bear from protesters here today. But as I say, we have been down in the crowds on Parliament Hill. I want to give you a sense of what it feels like down there today and what some of the people are saying about why they've come to Ottawa. There may be positions here you don't agree with, but this is, our coverage of this is to go into the rally, give you a sense of why they're here, and you can decide for yourself what you think about what they're saying. So let's look at what has been happening there today.
Hey! CPAC! Fuck you, Trudeau!
Okay. And why are you here today? What brought you to Parliament Hill?
I want to be able to choose whether I have vaccines, whether my children have vaccines. And for me, it's all about choice. I think vaccines, particularly, is a choice that should be made between yourself and your physician. And I don't think the government should mandate that I have to be part of an experimental drugs program on a global scale. And I've got a little boy, I've got 6 kids, and I don't want them all to get vaccinated.
Are your kids here with you, or are you?
They're not. We left them back home.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you a trucker yourself?
I'm not. No, I work in the construction industry at the minute.
And I guess, what's your ultimate message here? What do you you and your group and all the people here today? What do they want exactly?
Freedom of choice without consequence. The
Yeah.
right to make medical decisions without your freedom of going places or employment being hindered, or your freedom to experience certain aspects of life because you've made a medical decision that you feel is right for you and your family. That's why we're here.
And how long do you think you'll be here for?
We're only here till tomorrow.
Yeah, we drove up yesterday. It was about a 14-hour drive from the Bay of Fundy we live, and we drove straight through 14 hours, and we got a hotel here in town for 2 nights, and we'll head back tomorrow morning, back to work Monday. So
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you a trucker?
No, but I was. So I'm supporting these guys for sure, right?
And why are you here? Why is it important to be here on the Hill today?
I can't work. They won't let me work because I can't wear a mask. I'm not taking the vax. They won't let me work. So I have no other choice. This is my job. Freedom is my job.
And so what do you do? What do you do for work? You said you're an ex-trucker. What do you do now?
Well, I was just doing grocery store work, stocking shelves, but they wouldn't let me do it anymore because mask and vaccine and all that.
So what's your ultimate message here? Why is it important? I know you said why you're here, but what do you folks want? What's your ultimate message?
Justice and a country to run under God and justice and love. Like, get rid of this tyranny. This is insane. Like, we don't need these fools trying to tell us how to live. We should run it ourselves if we have to. Public governance, I say. I even started it, Public National Party Canada. Public governance.
And how long do you plan on being here?
As long as it takes. As long as I can afford to, anyway.
Where are you staying?
In my car.
You're just in your car on the street here?
I sleep in my car until I get this resolved. It's not like I have a job. But
are you keeping warm at least?
Trying to. Not easy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
Oui. Est-ce que tu m'entends, Nicole? C'est quoi? Mais j'entends. Ah, puis fuck.
Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Sit back.
I wanted to just support everyone else out there. Let them know that they're not alone and that we're not happy with what the Prime Minister's saying and doing at the moment with the separation and division. So like them to see that we got every walk of life here today. Everyone's on the same page. We're friendly, we're peaceful, and we're here to make a difference.
And are you a trucker, or are you just someone that joined in?
I'm a fully vaccinated non-trucker. I just know that the truckers that are here, they're not here just for themselves. They're here for to anti-mandate. They just want people to do what's right for them. And, so far things haven't been working, and, we want to try something different. Let's stick together. Unity.
And what would you say your ultimate message is here?
I'd say stand together. Stand together. We got we've got people that like the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. A lot of people now just got it for free. They never had to work for it, and the things you don't work for, you give up a lot easier. And I don't think people realize what they're giving up. We can't do that. Can't put a chink in the armor.
And are you going to be here all day, all weekend? What's your plan?
I'll be here all day. I'll probably come back tomorrow and the next day. I'll support the folks that are here.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Because I feel like our rights and freedom are being stripped away little by little,
I don't know.
Unfortunately.
And are you a trucker, or are you just someone interested in the movement?
Yeah, I'm not a trucker. I'm here to support. I'm here to fight for all Canadians, for our rights and freedom.
And what would you say your ultimate message is? What do you want to see?
I want, first of all, for our voice to be heard face to face. I know our Prime Minister doesn't want to face his own people. His job is to unite us, but he's been doing the opposite. So I have nothing against him, but he needs to do the right thing. And I'm just happy that the truckers gave us an opportunity for the rest of us to unite Canada. And that's what they're doing. And that's what Canada is all about. And that's what we have to fight for.
And how long do you plan on being here?
As long as is needed for us to be heard. And that's it. It might be 1 day, 2 days, a week. It doesn't really matter.
You're prepared to stay the whole week if you need to?
Yeah. We're here. We're not going anywhere.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm here for your freedom, and your freedom, and your freedom, and her freedom, and everybody's freedom. Freedom to talk, freedom of speech, freedom of communication, freedom of press, freedom of choice, freedom, just freedom. Freedom sums it all up. That's all I can say. That's all I'm here for. I can't speak for anybody else, but absolutely, we just want freedom. You can't keep taking it away from us. This guy in this house, He's nothing but a traitor to our country. Honestly, that's all I can say. He is a traitor, and you know who the second most traitor to our country is? Is Doug Ford. Doug Ford's jurisdiction is here. Open up the province. Let people live again. Shutting these small businesses down is horrendous. It's bad policy. It's bad morality. That's all I can say. I can't say anymore. What else can you say?
I do have a couple questions
Absolutely.
for you. So you said your name is Patrick?
Patrick.
Where are you from?
I'm from Deep River, Ontario. So I'm about 2 hours upstream from here.
And are you a trucker, or did you just join on the group?
I'm an ex-trucker. I'm a master electrician, and I'll tell you, and I still hold my AZ license for Canada. And I was here last weekend, and we had a great turnout. It was cold like today, but this is so heartwarming. It's so nice to feel the Canadian spirit again. For the last few years, we haven't had a Canadian spirit. Everybody's been too busy on their phones, not paying attention to what's going on around them. It's wonderful to be here today. Thank you for giving me some time. Thank you.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
And
the only thing for me and my wife, and I've been talking to a lot of people, is freedom. We don't want to be living in a dictatorship country. Freedom is the only thing. We don't care about anything else but freedom. Okay? Freedom to choose. Those who want to choose something, they're free to do it. Those who don't want to choose something, they're free not to do it. The way it's going now, it's almost criminal what's happening. Okay? So we're here to tell our premier that it's not right at all what he's doing.
And are you a trucker, or are you somebody that just joined on to the movement?
I used to be a trucker, but I'm retired, and I should be on the couch drinking a hot cup of coffee or something, but I'm here for freedom, for my children, my grandchildren, friends, anybody in the world. Right now, you can see their agenda. And if people want to go check agenda 230, it's what they're planning to do. Very dangerous what we're living. Plus, our Prime Minister told us that by 230, you will owe nothing. Have you heard that? You will owe nothing and you will own nothing, and you will be happy. I would like to him to tell us what he means by being not free. Because when you don't own nothing, the government's got everything, that's not freedom. That's slavery, dictatorship, and communism. And that's not what we want in Canada. That's the only thing.
So if you could sum up your message, why you're here in simple terms, tell me about what's your message? What do you guys want?
Open the darn country up, let the people work. Enough discrimination, enough. Just open your eyes, and the media are hiding some statistics that should be out. And the people here is freedom, nothing else. And if you see somebody doing trouble, it won't be the gang here for sure. We're family-loving people, and we're here for freedom only. That's it. Prime Minister, do the right thing, and our mandate. The truckers are not here just for them. They're there for everybody. And I want to thank you for talking to me. And these guys here, they were the hero because they went to war for our freedom. But now we are all soldiers of freedom. We can't let any politician or the top elites dictate what we can put in our body, on our clothes, and what we can put in our take out of our body. Okay? Like they say we're a danger, we're not. Abortion is way more dangerous than we are. We don't kill. Plus, the vaxxed or not vaxxed are the same thing. So what's the point of that?
I might go like in a little bit back.
What? What? Why not? You need one.
we got way more votes, so I think it's going to happen.
Moi, je suis ici pour faire honneur à mon grand-père. Les Pius Transport Général, la première compagnie de vannes sur la Côte-Nord. C'est des gars, des camionneurs qui ont ouvert les chemins du Nord. Ils ont créé de l'emploi, ils ont bâti des ponts, ils ont participé au barrage Manic 5. Ils ont ouvert les routes.
C'est quoi tes revendications? Qu'est-ce que tu veux voir arriver?
Moi, je veux qu'on enlève le passe vaccinal. Je veux que tout le monde ait le vrai droit. Ça va devenir historique, puis on peut pas rester comme ça. On peut pas rester comme ça. Il faut que ça bouge. Après 2 ans. Oui, moi j'ai été camionneur, j'ai fait le transport Charlebourg de Québec. Présentement, je fais d'autres choses, je suis sur la construction, là, charpentier menuisier.
Combien de temps tu passerais?
Peut-être pour la journée seulement, parce que j'ai une conjointe et un enfant à Québec. Puis je vous dirais que je ne sais pas, je vais peut-être être bloqué ici tantôt.
I'm here for my kids' freedom.
What do you want? What do you want from them?
I want them not to have to worry about their future and what restrictions they might have if this continues on.
And with the protest, what would you like to see happen?
What would I like to see happen? All the mandates dropped yesterday.
Well, explain to me a little bit more.
Yes, freedom, man. Freedom. Right to choose. Right to do what I want. That's it. It's not complicated.
Moi, je suis ici pour la cause pour les enfants. L'obligation de porter le masque à l'école, c'est inacceptable. Je suis ici pour les camionneurs surtout. Ils ont de quoi à dire. Puis je suis là pour eux autres. Moi, je suis pas camionneur, mais j'étais livreur pour Jean Coutu, les médicaments pour les gens qui sont malades. Puis il y en a beaucoup qui sont malades, qui ont besoin d'aide. Puis... Pardon? Écoute, moi, je me suis donné le mandat d'une journée de 24 heures. Je suis arrivé hier. On devrait repartir dans le tour de la soirée. On part de loin. Montérégie, Saint-Hyacinthe, l'île d'Orléans aussi. Il y a du monde qui vient de partout. On a voulu suivre le mouvement, ça me touchait à cœur, fait que je suis là. Hein? Ça fait plaisir.
Well, me, I'm here to show support to the convoy, to everything that's been going on. Look, we've been stuck here for 2 years. I got my 2 doses of vaccine. I understood what was going on, what needed to happen, but then I realized, like, look, this is taking forever, and people need to go back to their life, you know? I understand that people got some lost ones. Me, I also got like family members that are very vulnerable to this disease, but I got to be careful with them. But at the end of the day, there needs to be some other type of measures going on instead of just playing hide and seek with that virus. You understand? And me, I'm from Montreal, Quebec, and we had 2 curfews, a bunch of lockdowns, and everything like that. We're not living life. We just probably the best chance that people got is working and then staying home. Like there's nothing going on, and I cannot just. There's also like the people that live in like in lower poverty and lower wage neighborhood, right? Here they don't necessarily want to stay at home, right? They gotta live a life, they gotta do some things. But when they're stuck at home and the stress goes up, we've seen it in the news, like a bunch of more suicide, domestic violence, everything like that. I mean, this is all collateral that we just can't. That personally, I cannot tolerate to see any longer because we're not living like we should be living. Like we're living in fear for too long. I understood at first, but after 2 years, I think that's enough. You know.
I'm here for freedom. Freedom of choice. No more mandates. The censorship. All of it.
So more than one issue.
Yes. Well, my sign's about fighting for our freedom here. I just want you to cover both sides, that's all.
What sides? What are you here for today?
Oh, just the freedom to make a choice. That's it, and to support the truckers. It's the main thing. That's it.
Where'd you come from?
From London, Ontario.
So you made the trip up this week?
Yeah, I came yesterday.
Okay. All right. What's your name? First name?
That doesn't matter.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Hello again, Peter Van Dusen, watching along with you now from our CPAC studios, just 2 blocks off Parliament Hill. In fact, this is the camera on the roof of our building here that's giving you these shots of the crowd gathering on Parliament Hill as part of this protest convoy that includes, yes, truckers from different parts of the country, but all kinds of other people who have joined the protest with grievances of their own against vaccine mandates. The truckers, of course, opposing the cross-border vaccination requirements that this country has imposed along with the United States, that only fully vaccinated truckers can cross the U.S. border. That's the U.S. rule, and only vaccinated truckers can come back into Canada without having to quarantine. That rule imposed by both countries earlier this month. That's the genesis of the protest, of course, the convoy to Ottawa from different parts of the country. But as we have heard in our coverage today, many of the people who have joined this protest have other grievances. They want vaccine mandates gone. Freedom is at the center of almost all of their opinions on why they want these vaccine mandates done away with, and the country reopened. They're against the lockdowns, they're against the mandates, and against many other things as well. And they've all come together in this one group on Parliament Hill. What do we know? We know that in the next, we're told within the next hour or so, some 800 more vehicles are heading here from the western part of the region, where many of them have been overnighting outside of the city of Ottawa, and were told to make their way to Parliament Hill for the noon hour, which we are now in Eastern Time. And we have been told to expect 600 to 800 more vehicles, some of them trucks, most of them not rigs or big rigs, and not truckers, but people supporting the truckers and wanting to express their own views by showing up at this protest on Parliament Hill as well. That crowd you see, which numbers I would suggest in the several thousand at this point. The crowd you can see not just on Parliament Hill, but we have different camera angles here. That's Wellington Street, the main street where you see has been largely blocked off by trucks, and in many cases trucks and trailers here, big rigs, which have shut down that. But you can see there are hundreds and hundreds of people who have lined Wellington Street, and not all of them have made their way up to Parliament Hill. And this is another shot from, I'd say, roughly half a kilometer away from Parliament Hill, to the east of Parliament Hill, just if you know the city of Ottawa at all, just in front of the Chateau Laurier Hotel and across that little bridge over the Rideau Canal. The War Memorial, the National War Memorial, would be just off to your left in this shot. And this is Wellington Street and Rideau, where Rideau meets Wellington. And these protesters, hundreds more of them, as you can see, and traffic completely blocked off, making their way up to Parliament Hill to join this protest. So these numbers will clearly swell over the time that we are watching here, and they will go from whatever those numbers are now to, I suspect, a much more significant and larger group of people in the next couple of hours. Still not clear on what the total number we might see. Still not clear on exactly how long they plan to stay. You heard that from some of our interviews, where people have said they're staying just for the day, some for a couple of days, some for what they say is, quote, as long as it takes to get the kinds of changes they are demanding from a national government that so far has rejected those claims, those demands outright, and vowing to stick with vaccination requirements at the border and the other measures that the federal government has implemented so far. But you also heard some of these people taking aim at the provinces and provincial governments as well. Scott Moe, the Premier of Saskatchewan, putting out a statement today saying he supports the truckers' rally and is calling for an end to the border vaccination mandate in this country. He says it's going to damage the economy and it's unfair to truckers. Scott Moe making the point that he's fully vaccinated, supports vaccination, but suggesting that vaccination isn't stopping the spread of COVID-19. So he says the mandate at this point to stop cross-border non-vaccinated truckers, he said, isn't working, isn't effective, and he thinks it should be done away with, and he'll be making that case to the federal government. All right, let's continue to show you scenes from this rally, massive rally underway in downtown Ottawa. It has largely shut down the core of the city with truck and other traffic. The people of the city have been advised, who live here, actually, the residents advised to stay away from downtown Ottawa because of this today. So presumably these are all people who want to be part of the protest. They've come downtown, traffic is clogged, they've left their vehicles in many cases and are making their way to Parliament Hill. Still waiting to see exactly what formal part of the rally might unfold here in the next couple of hours, whether there will be speakers, what those speakers will have to say. We'll be watching that to see if we get some of that, and we'll bring that for you as well. For now, let's leave you with some of these images and some of the points that the people who have showed up to this demonstration today are trying to make.
Right now, we just want our freedoms back. We don't want any mandates.
We're
This
tired
is
of the
ridiculous.
lockdowns.
This is ridiculous. Every single thing that our governments have done, it just keeps on getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm seeing people that dying from suicide. I'm watching families just completely getting split apart. That's what our government's doing to us right now.
What do you think the effect of a protest like this will have?
You know what? From what I see our freedoms coming back. I see unity in our country once again. And I see, you know what? If it's done right, no more lies, no more deception, right? Like our media, I know your media, but our media has real problems with actually promoting what's going on, actually looking at the big picture. And I see you're choking up. It looks like you're choking up. I hope you are. No, like in a good way.
I'm an emotional.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
I want to ask you what brought you out here today.
Looking to get our freedoms back. I personally, I can't wear a mask due to medical reasons, and I've been denied service at many different establishments. I'm looking for that to change. Now, the survival rate of this virus, 98.8%. There are people with issues. I understand that. I have no problem with the vaccine. I personally can't get it, but I'm being discriminated against because I can't get it.
Let me ask you, what do you think the effect of this protest will be?
Well,
Sort of reaching everybody on the same side.
yeah, I'm just hoping that people realize that this is not just a fringe movement, that there are lots of people, all these people who came across the country to come here to say we're done. It's been 2 years. It was supposed to be 6 weeks to curve, like end the curve or whatever he said. It's been 2 years. It's time to go back to normal.
Yeah.
I've had enough.
This is a fluke,
like,
and that's it.
Oui. Est-ce que tu m'entends, Nicole?
Do you think we can go further? I hope so.
Freedom! Woo! Freedom! Liberté! Gunpowder, baby! Just
Yeah.
Hello again, I'm Peter Van Dusen, watching along with you. The scene on Parliament Hill in the nation's capital. Thousands of people have now massed on Parliament Hill and on the streets along the front of Parliament Hill in this truck convoy. Not just truckers, other people protesting vaccine mandate policies. The truckers, of course, protesting the cross-border vaccination policy implemented earlier this month. And we know they've come from different parts of the country and continue to arrive in the nation's capital. The latest we have is that hundreds of trucks and participants, hundreds of trucks carrying thousands of participants heading into Ottawa from the western part of the National Capital Region. In the next hour or so, they should be arriving on Parliament Hill. But truth is, the protest has caused massive traffic jams, not just in the core of the nation's capital, which you can see there on your screen, but on the highways leading into the nation's capital as all these trucks try to make it in for the protest. Lots of questions around how close they can actually get to Parliament Hill and then maybe have to abandon their vehicles and then continue on foot to join this protest up on the front lawn of the Parliament buildings in downtown Ottawa. But there are thousands of people gathered now, as you can see, not just on the Hill, but on the streets around Parliament Hill, and thousands more headed for the nation's capital. Still not clear on what you can hear as I talk. Perhaps you can hear the odd transport truck horn sounding in the background. Lots of those horns sounding both yesterday, last night, and all day today as part of this protest. And what's not clear exactly is what the agenda is for the afternoon. Will there be speakers? Will there be some sort of formal program as the protesters gather on Parliament Hill to make the case for the things they want? And they have been well stated in the past week as this protest got underway and headed towards Ottawa. Of course, an end to the having the government rescind the cross-border vaccination mandate for truckers. 90 or so percent of truckers in this country are already vaccinated, so it doesn't apply to them. But there are 10 to 15% of the truckers who are not vaccinated. That's who is driving this protest. And they believe that cross-border full vaccination requirement demanded by both Canada and the United States is unfair. And along with that, this protest has been joined by many other Canadians who say they support the truckers but have grievances of their own around vaccine mandates, provincial lockdowns, school vaccination mandates, requirements, mask mandates. In our coverage today, you've heard it all. They have many grievances that they say they want to see an end to. And we know that the organizers of the protest, at least some of them, have suggested their ultimate goal is to have some sort of people's government to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic issues. They want they have assigned powers to the Governor General and to the Senate of Canada, which rightly don't exist. They would like the Senate and the Governor General to depose the current government and have a people's government along with the Governor General and the Senate to run the country because they're not happy with the policies of the federal government, and they're clearly not happy with many of the policies of their own provincial governments as well. But that's been the stated objective. What's not been clear is how long the protesters plan to stay. Some have said it's for the day. Some have said it's for a couple of days. Some have said they will be staying on Parliament Hill and will be clogging up the downtown of the nation's capital until the federal government bows to their demands, and the federal government has made it clear that's not going to happen. So lots of uncertainty about how this will play out. One other thing to mention so far, look, let's be clear. This has been, to this point, we have no reports from police of anything other than a peaceful demonstration. No incidents. There was one point where a vehicle was parked at the National War Memorial, and that is considered sacred ground. The team of the soldier is there. There was a vehicle parked there. Police quickly asked that person to move that vehicle. That person complied. That's the only real report we've seen so far about anything that required police intervention. Otherwise, it's been very peaceful, notwithstanding concerns raised by the police in the last 24 hours in law enforcement agencies that they believe some extremist elements may try to exploit this these protests for possible violent results and consequences. And so police are keen about that. Lots of intelligence work they've been doing to try to deal with that or prevent that. So far, to be clear, we have seen none of that. It has been a peaceful protest on Parliament Hill. So we'll keep an eye on this for the next few minutes. We may have to break away from our coverage as we await for more of the elements of the protest to arrive on Parliament Hill. But we'll be back and forth all afternoon on this. But let's stay with it for the next few minutes.
That guy was getting booted right away. Like, he did.
C'est plus pour les personnes qui choisissent des jeux vidéo sur une place. Ouais, ça commence un peu, mais c'est pas trop. Les gens écoutent moins Twitch. Je parler à
I won't be able to talk to you, but it will be just a second. On va être là combien de temps, monsieur?
Hello again, Peter Van Dusen with our continuing coverage here of the protests on Parliament Hill. We're going to break away now for the next little bit, but we're keeping an eye on it. We'll keep the images in the corner of your screen. You'll see what's going on. But for now, we'll go to other programming, and we'll be back with updates on the protests. Truckers Convoy, we call it, truckers and others who are protesting vaccine mandates and rules in this country. We'll have more coverage coming up in just a little bit. And as I say, we'll maintain the images throughout our coverage this afternoon. Stay with us. Hello, I'm Peter Van Dusen, and this is special headline politics coverage now on CPAC. Look at the live shots. We have our studio here where you can see all of our cameras positioned for this major rally that is taking place, protest in front of Parliament Hill, which is shut down, downtown Ottawa now. Major protest rally, just really getting underway in to a greater extent. Over the noon hour, we expect the largest number of people to be showing up. It involves, of course, these convoys of truckers from across the country who have been joined now by others who oppose the vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions imposed in this country. The majority of the protesters, and the exact number not known, as we look out over Parliament Hill, we can tell you it's several thousand at this point, several thousand more lining the streets, and all of them making their way towards Parliament Hill this afternoon, and they have shut down the central core of the nation's capital at this point. Organizers, they've promised a peaceful protest, but law enforcement officials have expressed concerns about possible extremists joining the ranks of the protesters, and there is a very large security presence in downtown Ottawa over the next couple of days. The protests, the convoys, they began as a show of opposition from the 10% or so of truckers in this country who are not vaccinated and stand against the federal mandate, which came into effect earlier this month, requiring all truckers entering Canada from the U.S. to be fully vaccinated if they want to avoid a 2-week quarantine. We should also note that the United States, the government there, federal government, requiring all Canadian truckers entering the U.S. to be fully vaccinated. So this is a mandate that now applies on both sides of the border. Also, a number of the protesters who have traveled to Ottawa have joined onto the truckers' convoy and the grievances of the truckers and layered on their own grievances. Some want the federal government to be replaced. They want the Senate and the Governor General to invoke powers they don't actually have, to replace the Trudeau government, depose the Trudeau government, in fact, and run them out of office because of their opposition, the people's opposition, and people gather here today to these federal and provincial mandates. They're also taking on provincial governments and calling on them to end all vaccine mandates and the vaccine passport systems that we've seen in this country during COVID-19. They want an end to contact tracing programs. And we know that protective services on Parliament Hill have also warned members of Parliament that there have been online attempts to obtain the addresses in Ottawa of some members of Parliament when they stay here from different parts of the country. And so they have warned MPs to stay away from the Hill and to be aware that some people may be searching out their Ottawa residences. So we are going to have in our coverage this afternoon, I'm going to take you down into the protest to hear what these people have to say, why they've come to Ottawa. Some of their views will not be popular, but this is what we do at CPAC. We bring you into these events that are taking place to let you hear from the people who are part of them. We have some of that. Our crews have been out there all morning, so we'll bring you that as we continue to our live coverage as well this afternoon. Where are the politicians on this? Well, we know the Prime Minister has described a lot of these protesters as part of a small fringe element in the country. People's Party of Canada, of course, supports it. The NDP opposes this big rally and what some of these people stand for in support of the NDP of vaccination, of course. And the Conservative Party of Canada, some prominent members of the Conservatives have taken sides with the truckers and in support of this rally. We've heard from them over the last couple of days as well. And today we're getting support from a prominent Conservative provincial premier. Look, Scott Knoll, Premier of Saskatchewan, has weighed in today. He's issued a statement, largely the front end of the statement supporting the need to get vaccinated, to get boosted as a way to minimize the effects of COVID-19. But then he goes on to say, that said, the support of vaccinations, because he says vaccination is not reducing transmission, the current federal border policy for truckers makes no sense. An unvaccinated trucker does not pose any greater risk of transmission than a vaccinated trucker. However, the current federal policy does pose a significant risk to Canada's economy and to the supply chain in our Saskatchewan communities where you and I live. This federal policy will increase the cost of living, which is now rising at a rate that's creating significant hardship for many Canadians. That is why And this is from the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. That is why my government supports your call to end the cross-border ban on unvaccinated truckers, and it's why in the not too distant future, our government will be ending our proof of negative test, proof of vaccination policy in Saskatchewan. That coming just in the last little while from the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. Now, as I said, our cameras have been out there on the street. This is getting information about exactly what's going to happen in terms of an agenda or a program has been difficult from organizers of this protest. We have seen a riser, a bit of a small podium on Parliament Hill where we think some speeches may take place in the next little while, but we aren't sure of that. The bulk of the truckers and the bulk of the people have been told to arrive on Parliament Hill over the noon hour, around noon Eastern time, so that's in the next 25 minutes or so. So we will see these crowds you're looking at. We expect to see those crowds swell. Again, not sure what the expectation is. Could be several thousand to well over 10,000 by the time these numbers are counted and people have taken up their positions on Parliament Hill. Also not clear on how long they're going to stay. You'll hear in some of our conversations with some of the protesters today, some are here for the day, some are here for a couple of days, some are promising to stay as long as it takes, they say, to get the demands they're asking for to be given into by the government, which, to be clear, has signaled there's no intention of changing the cross-border trucker vaccination policy. So clearly signs from the Liberal government that they're not going to bow to any of the requests or the pressure being brought to bear from protesters here today. But as I say, we have been down in crowds on Parliament Hill. I want to give you a sense of what it feels like down there today and what some of these people are saying about why they've come to Ottawa. There may be positions here you don't agree with, but this is our coverage of this is to go into the rally, give you a sense of why they're here, and you can decide for yourself what you think about what they're saying. So let's look at what has been happening there today.
Okay, and why are you here today? What brought you to Parliament Hill?
I want to be able to choose whether I have vaccines, whether my children have vaccines. And for me, it's all about choice. I think vaccines particularly is a choice that should be made between yourself and your physician. And I don't think the government should mandate that I have to be part of an experimental drugs program on a global scale. And I've got a little boy, I've got 6 kids, and I don't want them all to get vaccinated.
Are your kids here with you, or are you?
They're not. We left them back home.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you a trucker yourself?
I'm not, no. I work in the construction industry at the minute.
And I guess, what's your ultimate message here? What do you you and your group and all the people here today, what do they want exactly?
Freedom of choice without consequence. The
Yeah.
right to make medical decisions without your freedom of going places or employment being hindered, or your freedom to experience certain aspects of life because you've made a medical decision that you feel is right for you and your family. That's why we're here.
And how long do you think you'll be here for?
We're only here till tomorrow.
Yeah, we drove up yesterday. It was about a 14-hour drive from the Bay of Fundy we live. And we drove straight through 14 hours. And we got a hotel here in town for 2 nights. And we'll head back tomorrow morning, back to work Monday. So
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you a trucker?
No, but I was. So I'm supporting these guys for sure, right?
And why are you here? Why is it important to be here on the Hill today?
I can't work. They won't let me work because I can't wear a mask. I'm not taking the vax. They won't let me work. So I have no other choice. This is my job. Freedom is my job.
And so what do you do? What do you do for work? You said you're an ex-trucker. What do you do now?
Well, I was just doing grocery store work, stocking shelves, but they wouldn't let me do it anymore because mask and vaccine and all that.
So what's your ultimate message here? Why is it important? I know you said why you're here, but what do you folks want? What's your ultimate message?
Justice and a country to run under God and justice and love. Like, get rid of this tyranny. This is insane. Like, we don't need these fools trying to tell us how to live. We should run it ourselves if we have to. Public governance, I say. I even started it, Public National Party Canada. Public governance.
And how long do you plan on being here?
As long as it takes. As long as I can afford to, anyway.
Where are you staying?
In my car.
You're just in your car on the street here?
I sleep in my car until I get this resolved. It's not like I have a job. But
are you keeping warm at least?
Trying to. Not easy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
We're coming, boys.
Oui. Est-ce que tu m'entends, Nicole? C'est toi? Mais j'entends. Oh, mais fuck!
Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Let's go, brother. Let's go, brother.
CPAC.
I wanted to just support everyone else out there. Let them know that they're not alone and that we're not happy with what the Prime Minister's saying and doing at the moment with the the separation and division. So I'd like him to see that we got every walk of life here today. Everyone's on the same page. We're friendly, we're peaceful, and we're here to make a difference.
And are you a trucker, or are you just someone that joined in?
I'm a fully vaccinated non-trucker. I just know that the truckers that are here, they're not here just for themselves. They're here for to anti-mandate. They just want people to do what's right for them. And, so far things haven't been working, and, we want to try something different. Let's stick together. Unity.
And what would you say your ultimate message is here?
I'd say stand together. Stand together. We've got people that like the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. A lot of people now just got it for free. They never had to work for it. And the things you don't work for, you give up a lot easier. And I don't think people realize what they're giving up. We can't do that. Can't put a chink in the armor.
And are you going to be here all day, all weekend? What's your plan?
I'll be here all day. I'll probably come back tomorrow and the next day. I'll support the folks that are here.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Because I feel like our rights and freedom are being stripped away little by little.
I don't know.
Unfortunately.
And are you a trucker, or are you just someone interested in the movement?
Yeah, I'm not a trucker. I'm here to support. I'm here to fight for all Canadians, for our rights and freedom.
And what would you say your ultimate message is? What do you want to see?
I want, first of all, for our voice to be heard, face to face. I know our Prime Minister doesn't want to face his own people. His job is to unite us, but he's been doing the opposite. So I have nothing against him, but he needs to do the right thing. And I'm just happy that the truckers gave us an opportunity for the rest of us to unite Canada. And that's what they're doing. And that's what Canada is all about. And that's what we have to fight for.
And how long do you plan on being here?
As long as is needed for us to be heard. And that's it. It might be 1 day, 2 days, a week. It doesn't really matter.
You're prepared to stay the whole week if you need to?
Yeah. We're here. We're not going anywhere.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm here for your freedom, and your freedom, and your freedom, and her freedom, and everybody's freedom. Freedom to talk, freedom of speech, freedom of communication, freedom of press, freedom of choice, freedom, just freedom. Freedom sums it all up. That's all I can say. That's all I'm here for. I can't speak for anybody else, but absolutely, we just want freedom. You can't keep taking it away from us. This guy in this house, he's nothing but a traitor to our country. Honestly, that's all I can say. He is a traitor, and you know who the second most traitor to our country is? Is Doug Ford. Doug Ford's jurisdiction is here. Open up the province. Let people live again. Shutting these small businesses down is horrendous. It's bad policy. It's bad morality. That's all I can say. I can't say anymore. What else can you say?
I do have a couple of questions for you.
Absolutely.
So you said your name is Patrick?
Patrick.
Where are you from?
I'm from Deep River, Ontario. So I'm about 2 hours upstream from here.
And are you a trucker, or did you just join on the group?
I'm an ex-trucker. I'm a master electrician, and I'll tell you, and I still hold my AZ license for Canada. And I was here last weekend, and we had a great turnout. It was cold like today, but this is so heartwarming. It's so nice to feel the Canadian spirit again. For the last few years, we haven't had a Canadian spirit. Everybody's been too busy on their phones, not paying attention to what's going on around them. It's wonderful to be here today. Thank you for giving me some time. Thank you.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
And
The only thing for me and my wife, and I've been talking to a lot of people, is freedom. We don't want to be living in a dictatorship country. Freedom is the only thing. We don't care about anything else but freedom. Okay? Freedom to choose. Those who want to choose something, they're free to do it. Those who don't want to choose something, they're free not to do it. The way it's going now, it's almost criminal what's happening. Okay? So we're here to tell our premier that it's not right at all what he's doing.
And are you a trucker, or are you somebody that just joined on to the movement?
I used to be a trucker, but I'm retired, and I should be on the couch drinking a hot cup of coffee or something, but I'm here for freedom, for my children, my grandchildren, friends, anybody in the world. Right now, you can see their agenda. And if people want to go check Agenda 230, it's what they're planning to do. Very dangerous what we're living. Plus, our Prime Minister told us that by 230, you will owe nothing. Have you heard that? You will owe nothing and you will own nothing, and you will be happy. I would like to him to tell us what he means by being not free. Because when you don't own nothing, the government's got everything, that's not freedom. That's slavery, dictatorship, and communism. And that's not what we want in Canada. That's the only thing.
So if you could sum up your message, why you're here in simple terms, tell me about what's your message? What do you guys want?
Open the darn country up, let the people work. Enough discrimination. Enough. Just open your eyes. And the media are hiding some statistics that should be out. And the people here is freedom, nothing else. And if you see somebody doing trouble, it won't be the gang here for sure. We're family-loving people, and we're here for freedom only. That's it. Prime Minister, do the right thing, and our mandate. The truckers are not here just for them. They're there for everybody. And I want to thank you for talking to me. And these guys here, they were the hero because they went to war for our freedom. But now we are all soldiers of freedom. We can't let any politician or the top elites dictate what we can put in our body, on our clothes, and what we can put in our take out of our body. Okay? Like they say we're a danger, we're not. Abortion is way more dangerous than we are. We don't kill. Plus, the vaxxed or not vaxxed are the same thing. So what's the point of that?
Yeah, I might go like movement back.
What? What? I'm not. You need one.
Well, we got way more votes, so I think
Moi, je suis ici pour faire honneur à mon grand-père. Les Pius Transport Général, la première compagnie de vannes sur la Côte-Nord. C'est des gars, des camionneurs qui ont ouvert les chemins du Nord. Ils ont créé de l'emploi, ils ont bâti des ponts, ils ont participé au barrage Manic 5. Ils ont ouvert les routes. C'est quoi les revendications? Qu'est-ce que tu veux voir moi, je veux qu'on enlève le passe vaccinal. Je veux que tout le monde ait le vrai droit. Ça va devenir historique, puis on peut pas rester comme ça. On peut pas rester comme ça. Il faut que ça bouge. Après 2 ans. Oui, moi j'ai été camionneur, j'ai fait le transport Charlebourg de Québec. Présentement, je fais d'autres choses, je suis sur la construction, là, charpentier menuisier. Combien de temps tu passes? Peut-être pour la journée seulement, parce que j'ai une conjointe et un enfant à Québec. Puis je vous dirais que je ne sais pas, je vais peut-être être bloqué ici tantôt.
I'm here for my kids' freedom.
What do you want? What do you want from them?
I want them not to have to worry about their future and what restrictions they might have if this continues on.
And what with the protest, what would you like to see happen?
What would I like to see happen? All the mandates dropped yesterday.
Well, explain to me a little bit more.
Yes, sir. Freedom, man. Freedom. Right to choose. Right to do what I want. That's it. It's not complicated.
Moi, je suis ici pour la cause pour les enfants. L'obligation de porter le masque à l'école, c'est inacceptable. Je suis ici pour les camionneurs surtout. Ils ont de quoi dire. Puis je suis là pour eux autres. Moi, je suis pas camionneur, mais j'étais livreur pour Jean Coutu, les médicaments pour les gens qui sont malades. Puis il y en a beaucoup qui sont malades, qui ont besoin d'aide. Puis... Pardon? Écoute, moi, je me suis donné le mandat d'une journée de 24 heures. Je suis arrivé hier. On devrait repartir dans le tour de la soirée. On part de loin. Je suis à Montérégie, Saint-Hyacinthe. Île d'Orléans aussi. Il y a du monde qui vient de partout. On a voulu suivre le mouvement, ça me touchait à cœur, fait que je suis là. Hein? Ça fait plaisir.
Well, me, I'm here to show support to the convoy, to everything that's been going on. Look, we've been stuck here for 2 years. I got my 2 doses of vaccine. I understood what was going on, what needed to happen, but then I realized, like, look, this is taking forever, and people need to go back to their life, you know? I understand that people got some lost ones. Me, I also got, like, family members that are that are very vulnerable to this disease, but I got to be careful with them. But at the end of the day, there needs to be some other type of measures going on instead of just playing hide and seek with that virus. You understand? And me, I'm from Montreal, Quebec, and we had 2 curfews, a bunch of lockdowns, and everything like that. We're not living life. We just probably the best chance that people got is working and then staying home. Like there's nothing going on, and I cannot just. There's also like the people that are living like in lower poverty and lower wage neighborhood, right? Here they don't necessarily want to stay at home, right? They gotta live a life, they gotta do some things. But when they're stuck at home and the stress goes up, we've seen it in the news, like a bunch of more suicide, domestic violence, everything like that. I mean, this is all collateral that we just can't. That personally, I cannot tolerate to see any longer because we're not living like we should be living. Like we're living in fear for too long. I understood at first, but after 2 years, I think that's enough. You know.
I'm here for freedom. Freedom of choice. No more mandates. The censorship. All of it.
So more than one issue.
Yes.
Well, my sign's about fighting for our freedom here. I just want you to cover both sides, that's all.
What sides? What are you here for today?
Oh, just the freedom to make a choice. That's it, and to support the truckers. It's the main thing. That's it.
Where'd you come from?
From London, Ontario.
So you made the trip up this week?
Yeah, I came yesterday.
Okay. All right. What's your name? First name?
That doesn't matter.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Hello again, Peter Van Dusen, watching along with you now from our CPAC studios, just 2 blocks off Parliament Hill. In fact, this is the camera on the roof of our building here that's giving you these shots of the crowd gathering on Parliament Hill as part of this protest convoy that includes, yes, truckers from different parts of the country, but all kinds of other people who have joined the protest with grievances of their own against vaccine mandates. The truckers, of course, opposing the cross-border vaccination requirements that this country has imposed along with the United States, that only fully vaccinated truckers can cross the U.S. border. That's the U.S. rule, and only vaccinated truckers can come back into Canada without having to quarantine. That rule imposed by both countries earlier this month. That's the genesis of the protest, of course, the convoy to Ottawa from different parts of the country. But as we have heard in our coverage today, many of the people who have joined this protest have other grievances. They want vaccine mandates gone. Freedom is at the center of almost all of their opinions on why they want these vaccine mandates done away with, and the country reopened. They're against the lockdowns, they're against the mandates, and against many other things as well. And they've all come together in this one group on Parliament Hill. What do we know? We know that in the next, we're told within the next hour or so, some 800 more vehicles are heading here from the western part of the region, where many of them have been overnighting outside of the city of Ottawa, and were told to make their way to Parliament Hill for the noon hour, which we are now in Eastern Time. And we have been told to expect 600 to 800 more vehicles, some of them trucks, most of them not rigs or big rigs, and not truckers, but people supporting the truckers and wanting to express their own views by showing up at this protest on Parliament Hill as well. That crowd you see, which numbers I would suggest in the several thousand at this point. The crowd you can see not just on Parliament Hill, but we have different camera angles here. That's Wellington Street, the main street, where you see has been largely blocked off by trucks, and in many cases trucks and trailers here, big rigs, which have shut down that. But you can see there are hundreds and hundreds of people who have lined Wellington Street, and not all of them have made their way up to Parliament Hill. And this is another shot from, I'd say, roughly half a kilometer away from Parliament Hill, to the east of Parliament Hill, just if you know the city of Ottawa at all, just in front of the Chateau Laurier Hotel and across that little bridge over the Rideau Canal. The War Memorial, the National War Memorial, would be just off to your left in this shot. And this is Wellington Street and Rideau, where Rideau meets Wellington. And these protesters, hundreds more of them, as you can see, and traffic completely blocked off, making their way up to Parliament Hill to join this protest. So these numbers will clearly swell over the time that we are watching here, and they will go from whatever those numbers are now to, I suspect, a much more significant and larger group of people in the next couple of hours. Still not clear on what the total number we might see. Still not clear on exactly how long they plan to stay. You heard that from some of our interviews where people have said they're staying just for the day, some for a couple of days, some for what they say is, quote, as long as it takes to get the kinds of changes they are demanding from a national government that so far has rejected those claims, those demands outright, and vowing to stick with vaccination requirements at the border and the other measures that the federal government has implemented so far. But you also heard some of these people taking aim at the provinces and provincial governments as well. Scott Moe, the Premier of Saskatchewan, putting out a statement today saying he supports the truckers' rally and is calling for an end to the border vaccination mandate in this country. He says it's going to damage the economy and it's unfair to truckers. Scott Moe making the point that he's fully vaccinated, supports vaccination, but suggesting that vaccination isn't stopping the spread of COVID-19. So he says the mandate at this point to stop cross-border non-vaccinated truckers, he said, isn't working, isn't effective, and he thinks it should be done away with, and he'll be making that case to the federal government. All right, let's continue to show you scenes from this rally, massive rally underway in downtown Ottawa. It has largely shut down the core of the city with truck and other traffic. The people of the city have been advised, who live here, actually, the residents advised to stay away from downtown Ottawa because of this today. So presumably these are all people who want to be part of the protest. They've come downtown, traffic is clogged, they've left their vehicles in many cases and are making the way to Parliament Hill. Still waiting to see exactly what formal part of the rally might unfold here in the next couple of hours, whether there will be speakers, what those speakers will have to say. We'll be watching that to see if we get some of that, and we'll bring that for you as well. For now, let's leave you with some of these images and some of the points that the people who have showed up to this demonstration today are trying to make.
Right now, we just want our freedoms back. We don't want any mandates.
We're tired of the lockdowns.
This is ridiculous. Every single thing that our governments have done, it just keeps on getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm seeing people that are dying from suicide. I'm watching families just completely getting split apart. That's what our government's doing to us right now.
What do you think the effect of a protest like this will have?
You know what? From what I see our freedoms coming back. I see unity in our country once again. And I see, you know what? If it's done right, no more lies, no more deception, right? Like our media. I know you're media, but our media has real problems with actually promoting what's going on. Actually looking at the big picture. And I see you're choking up. It looks like you're choking up. I hope you are. No, like in a good way.
I'm an emotional.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
I want to ask you what brought you out here today.
Looking to get our freedoms back. I personally can't wear a mask due to medical reasons, and I've been denied service at many different establishments. I'm looking for that to change. Now, the survival rate of this virus, 98.8%. There are people with issues. I understand that. I have no problem with the vaccine. I personally can't get it, but I'm being discriminated against because I can't get it.
What do you think the effect of this protest will be?
Yeah, I'm just hoping that people realize that this is not just a fringe movement, that there are lots of people, all these people who came across the country to come here to say we're done. It's been 2 years. It was supposed to be 6 weeks to curve, like end the curve or whatever he said. It's been 2 years. It's time to go back to normal.
Yeah.
I've had enough.
This is the flu.
Like,
and that's it.
Oui. Est-ce que tu m'entends, Nicole?
And these are crimes against humanity, Steve! Freedom! Woo! Freedom! Liberté! Gunpowder! Gunpowder, baby! Just
Yeah.
Hello again, I'm Peter Van Dusen, watching along with you. The scene on Parliament Hill in the nation's capital. Thousands of people have now massed on Parliament Hill and on the streets along the front of Parliament Hill in this truck convoy. Not just truckers, other people protesting vaccine mandate policies. The truckers, of course, protesting the cross-border vaccination policy implemented earlier this month. And we know they've come from different parts of the country and continue to arrive in the nation's capital. The latest we have is that hundreds of trucks and participants, hundreds of trucks carrying thousands of participants heading into Ottawa from the western part of the National Capital Region. In the next hour or so, they should be arriving on Parliament Hill. But truth is, the protest has caused massive traffic jams, not just in the core of the nation's capital, which you can see there on your screen, but on the highways leading into the nation's capital as all these trucks try to make it in for the protest. Lots of questions around how close they can actually get to Parliament Hill and then maybe have to abandon their vehicles and then continue on foot to join this protest up on the front lawn of the Parliament buildings in downtown Ottawa. But there are thousands of people gathered now, as you can see, not just on the Hill, but on the streets around Parliament Hill, and thousands more headed for the nation's capital. Still not clear on what you can hear as I talk. Perhaps you can hear the odd transport truck horn sounding in the background. Lots of those horns sounding both yesterday, last night, and all day today as part of this protest. And what's not clear exactly is what the agenda is for the afternoon. Will there be speakers? Will there be some sort of formal program as the protesters gather on Parliament Hill to make the case for the things they want? And they have been well stated in the past week as this protest got underway and headed towards Ottawa. Of course, an end to the having the government rescind the cross-border vaccination mandate for truckers. 90 or so percent of truckers in this country are already vaccinated, so it doesn't apply to them. But there are 10 to 15% of the truckers who are not vaccinated. That's who is driving this protest. And they believe that cross-border full vaccination requirement demanded by both Canada and the United States is unfair. And along with that, this protest has been joined by many other Canadians who say they support the truckers but have grievances of their own around vaccine mandates, provincial lockdowns, school vaccination mandates, requirements, mask mandates. In our coverage today, you've heard it all. They have many grievances that they say they want to see an end to. And we know that the organizers of the protest, at least some of them, have suggested their ultimate goal is to have some sort of people's government to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic issues. They want they have assigned powers to the Governor General and to the Senate of Canada, which rightly don't exist. They would like the Senate and the Governor General to depose the current government and have a people's government along with the Governor General and the Senate to run the country because they're not happy with the policies of the federal government, and they're clearly not happy with many of the policies of their own provincial governments as well. But that's been the stated objective. What's not been clear is how long the protesters plan to stay. Some have said it's for the day. Some have said it's for a couple of days. Some have said they will be staying on Parliament Hill and will be clogging up the downtown of the nation's capital until the federal government bows to their demands, and the federal government has made it clear that's not going to happen. So lots of uncertainty about how this will play out. One other thing to mention so far, look, let's be clear, this has been, to this point, we have no reports from police of anything other than a peaceful demonstration. No incidents. There was one point where a vehicle was parked on at the National War Memorial, and that is considered sacred ground. The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is there. There was a vehicle parked there. Police quickly asked that person to move that vehicle. That person complied. That's the only real report we've seen so far about anything that required police intervention. Otherwise, it's been very peaceful, notwithstanding concerns raised by the police in the last 24 hours in law enforcement agencies that they believe some extremist elements may try to exploit this these protests for possible violent results and consequences. And so police are keen about that. Lots of intelligence work they've been doing to try to deal with that or prevent that. So far, to be clear, we have seen none of that. It has been a peaceful protest on Parliament Hill. So we'll keep an eye on this for the next few minutes. We may have to break away from our coverage as we wait for more of the elements of the protest to arrive on Parliament Hill. But we'll be back and forth all afternoon on this. But let's stay with it for the next few minutes.
That guy was getting booted right away. Like, he did.
C'est pas tant c'est plus pour les personnes qui jouent des jeux vidéo sur le podcast. Ouais, ça commence un peu, mais c'est une plateforme que les gens peuvent Twitch.
I won't be able to talk to you, but we will be talking. On va être là combien de temps, monsieur?
Once again, I'm Peter Van Dusen. This is special continuing headline politics coverage here on CPAC. Continuing coverage, of course, for the major protests taking place on Parliament Hill as we bring you the latest developments now live from downtown Ottawa. This is the scene in the nation's capital, in front of the Parliament buildings as the protests continue, involving convoys of truckers from across Canada who have been joined by others who oppose the vaccine mandates that face truckers, but also most all COVID restrictions this group opposes that have been imposed across the country. The protesters and hundreds of vehicles they've clogged the downtown core. And some of the protesters are still arriving to a large security presence on Parliament Hill. To be fair, as we watch these images from our live aerial cameras here, we've seen that crowd shrink a little bit on Parliament Hill. What we seem to be having now is some people have been up there all day long. Some are now drifting away from the hill as others arrive, as more of the convoy, typically or particularly from Western Canada, arrives in the nation's capital. So we're seeing a movement on and off the hill of protest groups and protesters. We've seen kids, family members, truckers, non-truckers, all kinds of people taking part in this protest today. There are thousands of people, but that number keeps fluctuating as some come and go from Parliament Hill. But that's, we should also say that even if they're not on the Hill, they are all over the streets of the central core of the nation's capital. The organizers have promised a peaceful protest, but law enforcement officials have expressed some concerns about possible extremists joining the ranks of the protesters. But to be clear, so far it has been a peaceful protest. We have no reports of any violence, no reports of any significant police action involving any of the protesters in the nation's capital today. The protests, we know, they began as a show of opposition from the 10 or slightly more % of truckers in Canada who are not vaccinated and stand against the federal mandate, which came into effect earlier this month, requiring all truckers entering Canada from the U.S. to be fully vaccinated if they want to avoid a 2-week quarantine. And we should also note that the United States government requires the same rule. All Canadian truckers entering the United States have to be fully vaccinated as well. So this is a mandate that applies on both sides of the border, and it is opposed by the protesters who are in the nation's capital today. Also, a number of the protesters who have traveled to Ottawa have joined on to the truckers' convoy and the grievances of the truckers and layered on grievances of their own. Some want the federal government replaced, and all of them want the federal and provincial governments to end all vaccine mandates and passports and contact tracing programs. The protective services on Parliament Hill have also warned members of Parliament that there have been online inquiries to obtain the addresses in Ottawa of some members of Parliament with a view, the security services contend, of trying to perhaps go to constituency offices or Ottawa residents of out-of-town MPs to voice their disapproval. Should also let you know the Prime Minister, who would normally and his family be at Rideau Gate on the grounds of the Governor General, that the Prime Minister and his family have been removed for security reasons to another location. So in this part of our coverage, I want to let you hear more from what some of the protesters have been saying and some of the complaints they have about vaccine mandates in this country. We'll let you hear some of that. Also, we've seen a number of politicians on Parliament Hill today. Michael Cooper from the Conservatives has been on Parliament Hill to voice his support for the truckers. We know that a number of prominent Conservative MPs have also expressed their support for the truckers' convoy and the concerns they have raised. Also, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, Maxime Bernier, has been in and around the protesters most of the day. He's still down there, we're told. And here's what he had to say when he addressed the crowd a little earlier today. Let's listen.
The truth against pseudo science. And we know that we have the science, we have the logic, we have the truth with us. That's why we will win. It's time to stop living in fear, and we must learn to live with COVID and its variants. That's the common sense. J'aimerais remercier nos courageux camionneurs qui ont donné espoir à plusieurs Canadiens. Oui, ils nous ont donné espoir parce que la fin s'en vient. Nous allons pouvoir célébrer notre liberté dans quelques jours parce que nous allons gagner cette bataille pour la liberté. Mais il faut être courageux et tenace. Et mon message pour vous aujourd'hui, continuons le combat et parlons. Yes.
All right, that was the scene earlier on Parliament Hill, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, Maxime Bernier, addressing the protesters gathered on Parliament Hill. Live shots you can see in the images behind me. This is Wellington Street, which runs, actually this is, Wellington Street just east of Parliament Hill, where you can see traffic backed up, hundreds if not thousands in the broader area here. Lined up along the streets of downtown Ottawa. The live shot on Parliament Hill can show you that. Look, to be totally candid in terms of organization, people were told to show up on the Hill for this rally today, but you get the sense in talking with people and our reporters down there in the crowd that there isn't sort of a really defined agenda. It was show up, but it's not been quite clear about who will address them, when they'll be addressed, what the, whether there's sort of a central theme coming out of a group of organizers. Some of that is partly due that some of these organizers coming from the Western Convoy are just now, in some cases, getting to Parliament Hill. But this was a larger crowd earlier in our coverage, and it is shrinking somewhat on Parliament Hill. But as I said, a lot of people who were on Parliament Hill have now left Parliament Hill. They are on the surrounding streets, including Wellington Street, which runs along the front of the Parliament building. So some of the protesters have now taken up positions there. Some are on the, within 4 or 5 blocks of Parliament Hill on some of the other main streets that feed Wellington Street and feed the Parliament buildings area. So there's still a large crowd of thousands in the nation's capital, but not all of them are here on Parliament Hill. Many of them are, as I say, down on Wellington Street and on some of the side streets. But almost to a person, they are unified in their demands. In some cases, they want the Senate and the Governor General to depose the government and create a people's government. Sanctioned by these protesters. They want an end to vaccine mandates, certainly the one for truckers, but many other vaccine mandates and lockdowns and any other health measures that restrict freedoms that have been taken by governments across the country. So we'll continue to show you these images, but also to let you hear from some of the people in the crowd and why they came to Parliament Hill today and what they're asking for. Let's listen.
Since we cannot go to restaurant, people vaccinated go. People vaccinated, they can give the virus like us, everything. It's a big, we call in French, arnaque. Okay, I don't know in English, but we are here, we are pacific people. We are here for le bon sens, And I have a message for all the Canadian people and the Quebec people. Wake up, because the government are lying to you. The Direction de Santé Publique are lying to you. Start to look what happened around the world. Wake up, please.
And the drive up here was like the most epic thing. When I was crossing Ontario to come here, we had families, snowmobilers, all the way up, every little community. It was the most epic thing seeing the support on the way up here. Now we get here. I heard they shut down the cameras on the 407 to hide some of the convoy from the people. They've made it. I was in Cuba and I seen on the news, and when they were saying on the news in Cuba, it made it look like it was a minimal thing. They're trying to minimize this, and I think this is a great movement for unity, all people in Canada standing together.
And are you a trucker yourself?
No, I'm not a trucker, but I'm the mandates for the vaccine that they're forcing. I feel it's forced and it should be a choice. That's why I'm here.
Were you part of the convoy though?
I met the convoy in Hamilton, Ontario, recorded a bunch of it down there. Then I knew it was going to North Bay. I paid attention, met back up with them in North Bay, and then we head up 17 from North Bay. And the people to greet the convoy and the support across Ontario and Canada. It's something I've never seen before. Something I've never seen before.
How long are you planning on sticking around for?
I booked the hotel till Monday, but you never know. You never know, right?
I guess before you go, what's your overall message? What do you want people to hear?
I just want people to hear that everyone has different beliefs, but everyone has a different whatever. It's not about that. It's about rights that I feel are being taken away from us, our children, and that's the message here today from me. Thank you.
What brought you to the Hill today?
Sorry, guys. Thank you.
Hopefully ending the mandates.
And why is that important to you? Why is it important that you're here, that you're voicing that opinion with all these other people here today?
Because we live in Canada and we shouldn't have to show papers to do something as simple as going into a restaurant, shopping, or visiting our friends in the U.S.
And are you a trucker? Do you know truckers, or are you just here for the general cause?
Supporting them, that's it.
And I guess if you had a single message that you could voice to the government, what would it be? What do you folks want exactly?
Leave us the choice. If you want to be vaccinated, great. If you don't, let people be.
Are you going to come back all week if these protests continue, or are you just here for the day?
Maybe on the weekend, but I do work. I can't be here all week, but I would definitely come back. I've never been to any other protest before. I'm 50, but this one matters.
This is your first protest on the Hill?
Ever. Any.
And what do you think of it so far?
People are really nice. Everyone is really nice. They all say, excuse me. I don't know. People are nice. And it's nice. Hopefully it makes a difference.
And you find the atmosphere has been positive so far?
Very good. Everyone seems to be happy with the turnout.
Thank you so much.
Ben, ils vont avoir beaucoup de pression médiatique parce qu'en ce moment, moi, depuis le début, quand j'étais à d'autres manifestations, il n'y avait aucun reportage des faits. C'était tout le temps, il va y avoir 10 000 personnes, quand à Montréal, il y avait 100 000 personnes au stade olympique. Donc, là, en ce moment, c'est comme s'il y a eu une pression puis une vague d'informations que les camionneurs s'emmenaient ici à Ottawa. Ça n'a pas pu être ignoré. Donc, là, en ce moment, les yeux sont tous sur cette situation ici. C'est pour ça que tout le monde est venu supporter beaucoup les camionneurs. Donc là, il va y avoir une pression médiatique, il va y avoir une pression des autres députés, il va y avoir une grosse pression sur les politiciens pour revenir à la question de est-ce qu'on abandonne les mesures, puis jusqu'où est-ce qu'on abandonne, un peu comme l'Angleterre puis d'autres pays ce qu'ils font. Là. De rien. Merci à vous. Pas de problème, merci à vous.
I'm here for freedom, for our country. We're under tyranny of Justin Trudeau. We need to end all the mandates, get life back to normal. People are dying. Suicide's at an all-time high. So is overdoses. We just want things to go back to normal. That's why everyone's here fighting for freedom. And fuck Trudeau. I'm just showing my support. The more bodies we have out here, the better. I just hope they can keep this up for weeks until something changes. Something's got to give, you know? Sealy's Bay, Ontario. About an hour and a half, 2 hours from here.
And how long do you plan to stay?
Oh, a couple days. No. I'd like to stay long as it takes, but who knows, you know? No problem. No problem.
All right, Peter Van Dusen following along with you as our coverage continues here on CPAC of these protests on Parliament Hill, truckers' convoy, which has clearly morphed into something much more than that. A lot of different causes being espoused by the protesters here on Parliament Hill, and you can see on the adjoining streets around Parliament Hill. This is Wellington Street, and you can see that traffic is totally backed up. Traffic's frozen, in fact, with the trucks and other vehicles stopped and parked in the middle of the road. City of Ottawa tweeting out just a little while ago that all of the downtown streets are now full. That would include side streets, the downtown core, and saying there's no room for any more cars to come downtown. Tweet says the streets have been closed, so at some point, access to the downtown core, if any more truckers or their supporters are coming to try and join this, sounds like that may be a bit of a challenge now because the downtown core, according to the City of Ottawa, is full and they need to leave whatever space there is to maneuver in the downtown core to emergency vehicles. Okay, let's go back to some more of the comments we've been capturing today in the protest on Parliament Hill. Let's listen in.
I'm here to support this movement and let the government know the overreach needs to finish. People need to be allowed to go back to their regular lives. And if people want to get vaccinated, that's fine. We're not anti-vaccination. I have been vaccinated all of my life. I've had many vaccines. So we're not anti-vaccine. We're about freedom of choice for your health. If you want the vaccine, that's fine. Get it if you want it. If you don't want it, we should be allowed to live our lives and not told you can't have a job, you can't travel, you can't eat in a restaurant, you can't go to a movie theater, you can't have Christmas dinner with your family. That's wrong. That's not what Canada stands for. It's not the Canada I know.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Qu'est-ce qui est important? Ben, d'habitude, je dirais plutôt que c'est pour la liberté de mon fils qui a 4 ans maintenant. Puis je sais que je suis sûr qu'il aimerait ça vivre dans un pays libre. Puis non, c'est ça. Je pense que le gouvernement, ils ont été un petit peu trop loin dans leurs restrictions. Là, je pense qu'il est temps de remettre de l'ordre là-dedans. Fait que c'est sûr, ça va pas se faire du jour au lendemain, mais je pense que là, le message est clair.
Bien, la liberté de pouvoir me choisir. Vous comprenez que quand on dit libre et éclairé pour comprendre des choses, pourquoi que, entre autres, ce qu'ils appellent le vaccin, c'est pas d'expliquer qu'est-ce qu'il y a dedans. Moi, c'est pas libre, là, c'est pas éclairé pour moi du tout. Puis une chose qui me touche beaucoup, c'est, exemple, l'oratoire Saint-Joseph s'est rendu avec une passe vaccinale. Mais si on comprend un peu l'histoire, le frère André, il a fait des guérisons depuis, puis on laisse ça depuis des années. Puis on ne peut pas, si on a quelque chose, d'aller à ces endroits-là pour pouvoir être, mettons, aidé.
Mais qu'est-ce que tu espérais voir arriver? Quel impact ça peut avoir le mouvement d'aujourd'hui, tu penses?
Je pense que pour dire que il y a du monde avec... Je dis pas que les gens sont ceux qui pensent différemment sont moins bons, mais moi, je dis qu'il y a du monde qui pense qu'avec leur cœur, le système immunitaire existe encore et on dirait que ça n'existe plus. Je trouve ça un peu drôle. Depuis des millions d'années, le système immunitaire fonctionne. Pourquoi que depuis 100 quelques années, c'est rendu que ça prend autre chose? Je n'ai pas dit que ça ne peut pas évoluer, mais je dis que le système, il est là. Puis l'autre point, c'est dans le par Santé Canada, sur leur site, il y a l'ARN messager, il y a des nanos là-dedans, nanoparticules. Moi, je ne veux pas de robot dans mon corps, puis je ne veux pas de changer mon ADN qui existe depuis fort longtemps, comme on dit. Puis là, on va défaire ça pour refaire autrement. Puis en plus c'est expérimental. Fuck! Je peux pas, on joue pas avec ma vie de même, là. Je souhaite le meilleur à tout le monde, mais libre choix quand même. Libre choix quand même, hein? Libre choix. Mais moi, là, des nanos, là, j'ai parlé à ma mère que je respecte 100 millions de pourcents. Elle a pris les 3 vaccins. Mais quand j'y ai parlé, maman, tu savais-tu ça? Elle dit non, pas en tout. Elle savait même pas. Ça, c'est ma mère adoptive, c'est pas ma vraie mère, mais quand même, c'est quand même intense, là.
Merci beaucoup d'avoir pris le temps de nous parler, c'est vraiment gentil.
Merci, mais j'aime beaucoup ta gentillesse aussi.
Ça me fait plaisir. Bonne journée à tous. Bonne journée.
Yeah, well, we're from Montreal. Yeah, all the way down from Montreal came here, basically, showing Trudeau exactly what we are, the fringe minority, right? Like only 2,000 people here, right? Supposedly, or less. There you go.
What do you hope is going to come out of a protest like this?
We hope that we could unite everybody. Like that, just end the mandates. Just what we want for everybody, not just for the truckers, but for everybody.
But you know that in places like, I'm not sure about Quebec, but in Ontario on Monday, a lot of the restrictions are coming off anyway.
So what? Just because right now they're going to lift the restrictions, they could put them back easily, any moment, any time. So why not just end it all, just completely? That's it. That's all. Finish. That's it. Just like England, they managed to do it. Why can't we?
Want to get a shot.
And restrictions are still restrictions, no matter how many.
We're standing up for freedom, for Canada and for the world.
To be more specific, what are you looking for? What do you think this protest can do?
No, we're looking for freedom. We're looking for freedom. That's the only thing. We're looking for freedom. Don't let them make you think that we're doing anything else. We're looking for freedom. We're looking for freedom for Canada. We're looking for freedom for the world. Don't let them split us and try to foul up our message. This is about freedom and only freedom.
Because I drove from Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. I drove from Lloydminster, Saskatchewan, Alberta, all the way here because we need to get the globalists out so we can all have our freedoms back. We are so tired of being dictated to, and our only one we're supposed to be dictated from is God. We want our natural rights back, and we want our natural freedoms back. We don't need a government to dictate to us and can try to control the human beings. Their control under the maritime rights of laws is the law of the water. We need the law of the land, and we need to unite as humans again. We need to make the human contact. And without the human contact, we don't have life. And we want life.
Yeah, we are losing actually our freedom for what we want for ourselves, for our blood, for our children, and what means make not America, sorry, make freedom great again. Yes, to be united all again together, the Canadians all together stood up and fought for the freedom to make it great again and be peaceful in love and respect. That's it. Thank you.
All right, you're hearing the voices of some of those protesters who have shown up by the thousands on Parliament Hill today to protest vaccine mandates, to support truckers and help support truckers in opposing the border vaccine mandates that are affecting a little over 10% of truckers in this country. So what we're seeing is some of those people who've been for hours on the Hill are drifting off the Hill. Some are coming back. New protesters are arriving in town with as other convoys coming from the western part of the region in particular make their way into the center of the core, which around Parliament Hill. As we can show you the crowds in Parliament, we show you some of the side streets, and Wellington Street in front of the Parliament buildings has been blocked up with traffic and cars, trucks parked in the middle of the road. The downtown core now full, we are told, and they are closing roads now and restricting movement around the area of downtown now to ensure that emergency vehicles are able to pass in what have now become very clogged streets in the center of the city as we continue our coverage now, and more voices from those who have joined this protest on Parliament Hill.
Pour supporter nos libertés. Le gouvernement canadien en ce moment est en train d'essayer d'effondrer nos libertés, nos droits fondamentaux. On est ici pour supporter la cause, le futur de nos enfants, le futur de notre peuple. En ce moment, le gouvernement est en train de diviser le peuple avec des causes qui sont non supportables, qui sont en train de dire qu'on est raciste, qui sont en train de dire qu'on est terroriste, qui est complètement faux. C'est juste des raisons pour eux. Ils essaient juste de trouver toutes les raisons possibles pour essayer de diviser le peuple. Quand que dans le fond, on est un peuple uni. On n'est pas un peuple divisé, on est un peuple uni. Puis on est juste ici pour supporter nos droits fondamentaux en tant que citoyens canadiens. Puis on veut nos droits, nos libertés, puis on les veut comme qu'on est supposé les avoir.
Justement, je veux t'entendre là-dessus. Pourquoi est-ce que tu viens? Pourquoi vous pensez que c'est important d'être là aujourd'hui? Puis surtout, qu'est-ce que vous pensez que ça va changer le mouvement d'aujourd'hui?
Ben écoute, il y a un gros nombre de personnes aujourd'hui, beaucoup plus que les médias sont en train de dénoncer, des centaines de camionneurs, mais on est beaucoup de gens, je dirais des centaines de milliers de personnes facilement. Puis écoute, notre raison d'être ici aujourd'hui, c'est de défendre nos droits fondamentaux. Puis sans nos droits fondamentaux, on n'a pas, il y a pas de... C'est la chose la plus importante pour les citoyens canadiens, c'est d'avoir nos droits fondamentaux parce que là, en ce moment, le gouvernement est en train d'essayer de nous stripper de nos droits fondamentaux. Puis ça, c'est la chose la plus dangereuse. Il faut défendre nos droits fondamentaux, puis garder nos pieds à terre, puis défendre nos droits en tant que citoyens canadiens. Puis c'est ici qu'on est là pour ça aujourd'hui. Montréal. Exactement, oui. Écoute, c'est sûr que moi, je suis quelqu'un qui travaille. Je vais être ici aussi long que je peux, mais j'espère que les gens vont rester aussi longtemps qu'ils peuvent. Même si les gens restent aussi long qu'ils peuvent, que ce soit 1 semaine, 2 semaines, écoute, j'espère que ça va faire une différence. J'espère qu'il va y avoir une différence parce que, écoute, le nombre de gens parlent, mais le gouvernement en tant que tel, regarde, Justin Trudeau est allé se cacher, il a dit qu'il était assez positif pour la COVID. Je pense que c'est juste une excuse pour aller se cacher dans son petit trou parce qu'il a peur du nombre de gens qu'il y a ici, puis il a peur des gens parce que les gens sont tannés.
Juste en partant aussi, vous savez quand ils vont faire des discours ou non?
Il y a eu un discours tantôt de Oui, vous l'avez manqué, oui. Écoute, je ne suis pas au courant, de la situation, mais j'espère que les bons conseils. On est ici pour la bonne cause. On est ici pour supporter nos libertés en tant que citoyens canadiens.
Okay, perfect. And so, can you tell me about how I think you were part of the convoy, right?
Yeah,
Can
we
you
were
tell
part
me
of
how that happened?
we were part of the Convoy West. We had friends videoing the convoy, and there was just so many young families, so many kids out in minus 30 for 8 hours to support these truckers in this convoy. And I knew it was something special. We drove all the way from Alberta, and we drove through the night nonstop. We bought food once, and because we had so many families coming out making cookies. I got a hand-drawn picture from a little kid just saying, "Thank you, truckers." I got apples, cookies, sandwiches. I mean, everything we could want to eat from these people. And I just want to remind this nation, this is not an anti-vaccine rally. This is a freedom rally. This is about moms being able to watch their kids playing hockey. This is about husbands being able to be present when their wives have birthing issues and they go into surgery. This is about I know a 16-year-old boy who just died in his car because he wasn't allowed in the Walmart or in the McDonald's in minus 30. And unfortunately, he died tragically, him and his 16-year-old friend, because they had to eat in their car while it was idling. And they both died from carbon monoxide. And you know what? This is about just everyone being able to choose. And most of all, guys, I was in tears yesterday on the drive because there's so much hate and division. And all I want is for this country to come together. I don't care if you want to get boosted. I don't care if you want to wear a mask. You can do whatever you want. This is the land of the free. And I just really want to see people back to where they can love one another and choose to respect each other's choices.
Do you worry about if the protesters' demands aren't met, there are some concerns. The Ottawa police has said there is the risk of violence. Are you concerned in any way that could take an ugly turn? Or
There's actually been thousands of posts on Facebook and social media that have actually been sent out. On the Trucker Convoy radio, they have shut down people can tune in from all over the world, and they've said, sometimes they're like, "Oh, go give them hell at Parliament," and they say, "Guys, shut it down." These truckers say, "We're going to do this with love and respect and peace. We're going to do it like Canadians." And they've actually sent out tons of posts saying, "Don't even bring hockey sticks as flags. Don't bring any type of weapon. Keep it safe. Keep it courteous and respectful." But there is some concern that Antifa may have been paid off to incite violence. But I know that the Canadians here are respectful, and it's going to be an amazing next week of doing this.
Is that how long you're planning on staying?
Yeah, we're going to be here about a week or until the mandates are lifted.
What if those mandates aren't lifted?
Well, I'm my own contractor. I'm my own boss. So, I've had already dozens of people send me some money for support, and I never asked anyone for money. And people have just been so excited to see Canada come together. So we're going to be here as long as we need to be. Yeah, have a good one, man.
I know, like, the thing that I gotta take a picture of you guys, so you know. I'm global. I gotta take a picture of you guys, okay? All right, doing your thing. We gotta watch. I know. You guys are doing.
Hello again, Peter Van Dusen watching along with you here. Some of the sights, sounds, some of the commentary from the thousands of protesters who showed up on Parliament Hill as part of the truckers convoy, which we know has broadened to much more than that. Streets around Parliament Hill totally jammed up. This is Wellington Street, just east of the Parliament buildings, and you can see full of people in the middle of the street, cars parked in the middle of the street, trucks parked in the middle of the street, all part of this protest. In fact, the downtown core is now saturated with people and vehicles from outside the Capitol, largely as part of this protest, to the point where some roads, intersections have now been closed off to ensure that emergency vehicles, when needed, can make their way through the center of the city. Parliament Hill shots, as you can see, our camera moving in a little bit from the roof of our building here, just 2 blocks away from Parliament Hill. as you see some of the crowds there. And we should note there's sort of movement taking place. Some people have been there for hours. Some are drifting away from Parliament Hill. Others who are just arriving are making their way onto Parliament Hill. And we've shown you some of the images away from the lawns of Parliament Hill, the snow-covered lawns of Parliament Hill, and some of those side streets in downtown Ottawa where a lot of protesters are now set up as well. Vehicles are parked on side streets. Vehicles are parked on the sides of main thoroughfares through the downtown part of the city. And what's not clear is how long all of this will continue this evening, how long the protesters plan to stay. If you've watched our coverage, some say they will be staying for as long as it takes to get their demands met, which, if I can sum it up, universally, the people gathered here want an end to vaccine mandates, want an end to restrictions. Many of them are supporting the truckers' calls for an end to the border vaccine mandates that impinge on the ability of some truckers to go across who have not been vaccinated, unvaccinated truckers, to go across the border and back without quarantining. So that's the genesis of the protest, was around the truckers and the truckers' convoy, but it's become much more than that, with people with many kinds of grievances now joining the protest. So what we're watching for is how long it continues into the evening. Many say they'll be back again tomorrow. The organizers say that there'll be people on the Hill again tomorrow. If they leave the Hill, some may stay. I should let you know it's very, very cold in the nation's capital. In the minus 20s, was minus, I think, 30 overnight. So it's another cold day today. And not sure how many of these people plan to stay outside. We know some of them have hotels in the downtown core or outside the downtown core, but now getting back and forth from downtown, if you leave it, is going to be a challenge for a lot of people. So how long will they stay? So far, the other thing to note is it has been completely peaceful, as we're hearing from law enforcement officials so far. There have been no incidents of violence, although we know that law enforcement officials leading up to today had expressed concern about that, and they were concerned that there could be extremist elements that had essentially infiltrated this protest movement. So they're on the lookout for that. There is a very large law enforcement presence in and around Parliament Hill, on and around Parliament Hill, security drones, the city police, the RCMP, the Parliamentary Protective Service, outside forces, the OPP, and apparently even some officers from the City of Toronto, all to bolster law enforcement components and contingents here in the nation's capital today and over the next few days. As we look at these images on Parliament Hill, starting to drift into the later afternoon now on a Saturday afternoon in Canada, in a very cold capital city. Let's go back to some of the comments we've been hearing in our continued canvassing of the protesters on Parliament Hill as part of this large demonstration in Ottawa. Let's hear what they're saying.
Ontario came here just to support all the truckers that are out here. These guys are giving up a little bit of their freedom to make sure that we can continue to have ours. These guys are staying here for a long time. I hope until all the mandates get lifted from us and just allow us to make our own choices. That's basically what I am, is I'm pro-choice. If you want to get a vaccine, go right ahead. If you don't want to get your vaccine, that should also be your choice. We shouldn't have our government telling us what it is that we need to do. And if we continue to all sit here and support each other, I think that we're going to get our voices heard and our point across. We are the fringe minority, and we do have the unacceptable view, according to our government right now. But that should not be the case. We should have the same views to have us as Canadians united.
And how long do you plan on being here?
We're actually going to be heading home today. I do know a lot of these people are going to be staying here a lot longer. I've met up with people from Saskatchewan. I've met up from people from New Brunswick, the other coast, Vancouver. And these guys are here for the long haul, and they're going to sit here as long as it takes.
Are you truckers yourselves, or do you?
I'm not a trucker, no.
No. I work in healthcare, and I'm actually on an unpaid leave right now because I refuse to display my vaccination status.
And why is it so important that you're here? I mean, you said you came down from Hamilton. You described it a little bit, but what's your ultimate message to the government and to anybody who's here listening today?
We need our voices to be heard. Everybody can sit at home and complain to their friends about what it is that they're thinking, but one voice doesn't get heard. We all need to sit here and speak together. Because once you start getting this kind of noise, this kind of activity going, people are going to listen.
This is about freedom and Canada coming together. We've been separate for so long now, but this has finally brought us back together. If you look around, they can't ignore this anymore.
Are you part of the overall movement? What brought you here?
Well, the funny thing is I'm triple vaccinated myself. I do believe in vaccines, but I do not believe in mandates. I believe people have freedom of choice. That's what a democracy is. And I worry that slowly we are losing our democracy as they keep taking away rights, not just from the unvaccinated, but from everybody. And so that's what the protest movement means to me.
And what's your overall message? You know, I know that there are a bunch of different messages being shouted here, but what is your message to the government?
More than anything, it's a message of freedom. More than anything, I think we need to follow the Swedish model. We need to protect the vulnerable, but we need to allow people who are young. Statistically, I'm about 40 years old. My odds of dying from this are about 1 in 1,000, not even. And so we can't shut down society. What we're seeing obesity skyrocket, alcoholism, divorce, all these different social problems are coming because of the lockdown, because of the stress. We're also seeing our debt skyrocket. We've doubled the debt within 2 years, the national debt. And this is something our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will still be paying off. So what we need is we need to trust the science. As much as Trudeau might say trust the science, we need to look at the knock-on effects and the problems that come from the lockdown. And so essentially the cure of lockdown is worse than the disease of COVID.
And what about you? Do you have a particular message that you'd like the government to hear?
Well, I would say that, honestly, I feel like the motives behind this whole lockdown and the policy are not clear to me, because I don't think it's about safety. Because I think there are many, like my friend alluded to, there's a lot of statistics and studies that show that the lockdown, the cure has been worse than the disease so far. So if really the goal is, I guess, the betterment of society, then I think these policies don't line up at all. And I just got my first shot. I'm scheduled to get my second. I'm doing what, I'm trying to protect grandma or whatever. I don't even think that's true, but where does it end? Because I don't think it ends here.
And how long do you plan on sticking around? Are you going to be here all week, or are you heading home, or what's your plan?
Okay, so I came with my personal car because I don't own a truck and I couldn't very well get my company truck. I can't say the name of the company, but it's a $1 billion corporation. They definitely don't want their trucks being associated politically. As for how long I'm staying, I haven't made a decision. Odds are I will be going back today myself, but I might come back because I think you're going to have people here for another week or so. I mean, a lot of these guys have been here for a day or two already. I've seen it on Twitter.
I'm here for no more lies. When you give something for nobody, you have to explain to him what is it. Not only generalities or whatever it is. You have to explain him and to guide him. Not only by mandates and whatever it is you have to give him. When I give you a sandwich, you ask me first of all what there is in it before you eat it. When you are giving something, not only technology, you have to know what you are giving, what is in your body, and why it's in your body. You know why? That's why.
And are you a trucker, sir, or do you know truckers, or
no,
you're
I'm
just?
not. I'm a trucker, but for local. I have not to be. Frankly, I'm a local, but I'm not. It's not. I'm a local driver. Yeah.
And why do you think it's important to be here? What's your message?
Here, why I'm here? Sometimes enough is enough. Okay? I'm sorry to tell you. For example, when something Einstein say, if the first time you are not repeating 2-3 times same experience, you have the same another result. Here they give you first, second job, and it doesn't work. So third one will be foolish if we take it the third one for nothing. Like Einstein said, we'll be foolish if you feel that after certain times we'll have another result from an experience. First, do something, that's it, that's all, it's enough. I'm sorry, thank you.
All right, Peter Van Dusen watching along with you as our coverage continues here of the convoy protest, truckers' convoy protest, which is more than that now, we know. These are the scenes on Parliament Hill. Just draw your attention to, looks like there may be some sort of an episode in the center of the screen there. We can see a number of police and looks like first responders who may be dealing with an individual who may be down in the snow there. But we have been following these images. We certainly didn't see any kind of confrontation. It was nothing like that. But we now see protective services and looks like first responders tending to someone who may need some assistance there right in the center. This is as close as our camera can zoom in, we should tell you that, or we would zoom in a little more. But this is as much as we can see of this right now on Parliament Hill. We'll keep an eye on that and see if we get any more information. There seems to be a level of concern that would suggest that someone needs help, but it doesn't appear that there's frantic or urgent movement around this individual. So we'll keep an eye on that. This is one of our camera shots, of course, of Parliament Hill, and we've also been showing it as the daylight begins to fade on us here afternoon in Ottawa. This is Wellington Street, just east of the Parliament buildings, as shadows now cast over what was bathed in sunlight just a little while ago, where you can still make out a number of vehicles parked and stopped there on Wellington Street, which is the main thoroughfare, 4 lanes wide, that travels in front of the Parliament buildings in downtown Ottawa, and there is no movement there at all. In fact, all of the city streets, the downtown core of those streets have been basically filled with vehicles, to the point where some intersections, I know just from looking at one of our windows here on the back side of the building, there is a City of Ottawa snowplow that has blocked off a main intersection to allow for no more vehicle traffic to make its way up towards Parliament Hill. That route has been shut off because everything is just jammed, and the issue becomes for first responders and emergency personnel, of course, the issue becomes access and the ability to get in and get out of the area. For instance, for this very situation we may be looking at on Parliament Hill, if this individual needs to be transported to a hospital, for instance, they are trying to ensure that emergency routes are left open, which means that they've had to close down access to some of these roads to the continuing numbers of convoy members and supporters that continued and continue to make their way into downtown Ottawa towards Parliament Hill to join this protest. Some have drifted away from the hill to some of the side streets down in front of the Parliament buildings. And to join the protest, if they can get to the protest. What's clearly happening now is many of them are going to have to stop some distance from Parliament Hill and then make their way here on foot if they want to join the protest. What's not clear is how long this might go on this evening, how long people might stay. Clear indications that many of them will be back again tomorrow, some suggesting they'll be here for not just the next couple of days, but for days to come. Some have framed it that way till they get they suggest their demands answered by a government that's made it clear so far they have no intention of answering those demands. And those chief among those demands is an end to vaccine mandates, a lifting of restrictions, which are largely the purview of provincial governments. So that's a fight to take up with provincial governments. But they are calling for an end to vaccine mandates, end to restrictions, and the protest organizers have actually put together a memorandum of understanding. They say that they want to impose upon the government, and it calls for the Senate of Canada, along with the Governor General, to depose the Trudeau government and replace it with a people's government that would be run by, without a whole lot of description around it, the people and members of the unelected Senate and the Governor General. would be responsible for putting in place a government to replace the Trudeau government. But as you can see, this crowd thinning a bit on Parliament Hill, but that's not to say there aren't still thousands of people in the core, on the side streets, on Parliament Hill, or on the adjoining streets that run up to Parliament Hill. Let's hear from one of the other people who's here for the protest today. Let's listen in.
To show support for the truckers and to bring about an end to the mandates.
Are you a trucker yourself or part of the convoy?
No, I'm a four-wheeler.
You just drove down just to be a part of this today?
Exactly. Yeah, you can't, you have to be here. You know, this is the beginning of the end for them and the beginning of the beginning for us.
And what is so important about this event today in particular? All these people here with their message, what do you want people to know?
Oh, geez, it's to show the lie that is being told, that there is no, everybody's in favor of these mandates and nobody's in opposition to them. And I think this is showing that is exactly not the case. It's also, I think you guys just tell the truth. You just, put it on camera and do whatever, but not everybody in your profession does the same thing. And they are they are the worst contributors to all of this, because they've been lying to the Canadian people. They've been lying to people around the world. And the evidence of that is the fact that this is not just happening here, it's happening across the country and it's happening around the world. So I think, we put up with the nonsense for 2 years, but now it's coming to an end.
And you're here in
Voices on Parliament Hill. We've earlier in our coverage, we showed you Maxime Bernier, the head of the People's Party of Canada. He was addressing the protesters on Parliament Hill. We know that prominent Conservative MPs, a number of them, have expressed their support for the truckers' rally and some of the grievances that Canadians have brought to Parliament Hill today. There's also two other members of Parliament we're going to hear from right now. They're in conversation as we speak with CPAC's Noah Richardson. He's talking to Michael Cooper and Damien Currick, who are both Conservative MPs. Let's listen in.
Well, I've been hearing a tremendous amount of support for the truckers in my riding. These are hardworking, everyday Canadians who do important work to stock our shelves and supply Canadians with food and products that they need. And these are folks that were touted as heroes, and now Justin Trudeau has turned them into enemies by stigmatizing them. And so, what we have today are a lot of folks coming out, truckers who've come thousands of kilometers, and many others who are joining them. And they're law-abiding, tax-paying folks who want their voices to be heard, and I'm out here to hear them.
And what about yourself?
Yeah, look, it's over the last week or so, we have seen what started as frustration over a vaccine mandate that literally put folks that were heralded as heroes a number of even just weeks ago, forced them out of their livelihoods. And what started as that kind of as a base has become an outlet for folks to share frustrations. Folks, I think, are desperate to be heard, and certainly that's the message that I've heard as I've chatted with folks from all backgrounds, from all corners of the country, all ethnicities, vaccinated and not, who are simply wanting to be heard in the midst of a very, very challenging time. Over the course of, Canadians have faced tremendous challenges over the course of the last 2 years associated with COVID. And there is a desire for these perspectives to be heard. And we've heard very, very clearly from many involved, including constituents who have traveled from all the way from Alberta, that this is, they feel like this is their opportunity to have their voice heard at a time where it hasn't been for the last while. And certainly as Parliament resumes on Monday, I hope decision makers from all parties are willing to listen to those voices.
And, I've been out pretty much all day speaking to people involved in the demonstrations, and the vast majority of them have been peaceful. I don't believe there's been any incidents today. However, there have been people we've seen on social media. Some of the participants are people identifying them as part of the rally, giving a hard time to small business owners, defying mask mandates, using vulgar language to people who are trying to enforce public health orders in their business. So how do you square that with what we're seeing here on the Hill today, and what message does that send?
Well, very simply, when you have tens of thousands of people here, you're obviously going to have a few idiots and a few nutbars. But that's not reflective or representative of the vast majority of people here. And I think it's been shameful that Justin Trudeau and the Liberals and the NDP have tried to selectively take a handful of idiots and paint everyone with a broad brush. It's just not the case. These are good people, the vast majority of people who are here. And whether you agree with them or disagree with them, they have a right to be heard, just like all Canadians have a right to be heard, to come and peacefully assemble. And that's what's happening here.
And I know that things have shifted in the Conservative Party. Obviously, when we saw the rail blockades, in 2020, Andrew Scheer was still the leader, but the Conservatives came out quite strongly against those blockades, telling Indigenous leaders they needed to come down because they were blocking their infrastructure. How is this any different in a sense? We have trucks backed up all through downtown. The City of Ottawa tweeted this afternoon, there's no more room for any more vehicles in the downtown because they need to keep room clear for emergency vehicles. So I guess, what's the Conservative position on this versus an Indigenous pipeline protest? I would say the treatment of those demonstrators has been quite different than what we're seeing here today.
I had a little bit of difficulty hearing you. I don't know, Damien, if you heard.
Sure. Look, from what I've heard today, there are folks from across the country that have come to Ottawa to peacefully protest. That happens from time to time, as I'm sure you've covered them. And that's certainly what's been happening here today. There may be some that are trying to be disruptive, but the vast majority, in fact, everyone that I've spoken to, and I think Michael would say the same thing, they're folks that simply want their voices to be heard. And when it comes to those small business owners and hotels, I can confidently say that there's a lot of hotels in the city that are pretty happy that there are thousands of people here that are staying in their rooms that haven't been stayed certainly over the last couple of years. But there is no intent to see disruption as being the agenda, but rather that they are simply wanting their voices to be heard at a time when they feel like they have not been heard over the last number of weeks, months, and even years.
Yeah, and I think it's so disappointing because Justin Trudeau so desperately wants to create a false narrative that is not representative of the vast majority of folks. And I have to say it's absolutely outrageous that Justin Trudeau has used the kind of language that he has to demonize everyday, hardworking Canadians who simply want to be heard. It's maybe time, instead of talking down to Canadians, that Justin Trudeau listened and reflected and maybe also reconsidered his disastrous vaccine mandate with respect to truckers. This is not about keeping anyone safe. It's punitive at this point. And from the standpoint of the supply chain issues that we face, it's hurting Canadians right across the country. In terms of the shelves at the grocery store, in terms of getting produce there and other essentials, and talk about the price of goods going up, hurting everyday Canadians. So it's a wrong-headed policy, and it's time that Justin Trudeau reversed it. And I know that I am, and Damien and all of our Conservative colleagues, on Monday when we go back into the House of Commons, we're going to be standing up and pushing back against a government that has failed from the beginning of COVID to now. And among the things we're going to be pushing the government to do is scrap the punitive mandate.
And I know that you've talked about, a lot of the people that you know are people from your constituency or just concerned citizens who are here and are demonstrating peacefully, and we've seen that. But there is a minority amongst the group.
But there's a minority at all kinds of protests, no matter what the cause is. And what's so disappointing is there's the double standard is striking, because for some reason, the only focus, it seems to be from some folks, is to select a handful of people they don't represent the vast majority of people. They represent themselves, and I'm happy to call them out and condemn them and disassociate myself with them because, frankly, they're not helping. And they don't represent, anything other than that, just an extreme element that again is not reflected.
And I know that the job of the opposition is, to oppose or to challenge the government, and obviously you are attempting to do that. But I just wonder, as members of Parliament, the Prime Minister, the Liberals, they are your colleagues that are calling for, Justin Trudeau to be jailed for treason, to be hung.
No, what I'm doing is fighting for my constituents and Canadians who are losing their jobs and losing their livelihoods and being demonized by Justin Trudeau. Those are the Canadians that I'm fighting for.
I guess just want to ask you as well, is there a unified position in your party on this particular event, on opposing mandates, public health measures, things like that? Because, you folks have been out here today, but I haven't seen a ton of your caucus colleagues. So how does that further, I guess, muddy the waters in terms of what the Conservative Party actually stands for?
We oppose mandates. We've always opposed mandates.
The position has been incredibly clear over the course of the election. In fact, it was disgraceful that during the election, just prior to, a month before the election, Justin Trudeau would come out and thank the Leader of the Opposition for encouraging something like mandates. And although there had been much disagreement about the handling of COVID and whatnot, Justin Trudeau 1 month thanks the Leader of the Opposition, and the next month is accusing Conservatives of all kinds of terrible things because we are simply saying that it should be up to Canadians to make that choice. Conservatives have been incredibly clear. We do support the use of vaccines as an important tool to fight COVID, but mandates are wrong-headed, they're punitive, and they are hurting Canadians. And the very Canadians that have been heralded as heroes over the last number of months and years, especially at a time when borders were closed, businesses were closed, our truckers were hard at work making sure that our supply chain stayed open. Yet now they are suffering the consequences of a Prime Minister that seems to put politics ahead of good policy, ahead of the science, and seems to be bent to continue down this road and use divisive language that dismisses the concerns that are obviously held by the tens of thousands of Canadians here, and the unbelievable response from across the country. From across the country, and that includes I've spoken with some folks that have traveled from my constituency to Ottawa, and they said every overpass throughout Ontario, throughout Manitoba, throughout Saskatchewan, and in Alberta, bridges lined with people waving Canadian flags. It is a patriotic movement that is, I believe, meant to give voice to folks that feel like they have not had a voice over the last period of time.
I know you can't speak directly for Mr. O'Toole, but I know that he has met with some of the participants. He did choose to meet with them, and he clarified that he would be meeting with them off-site, off the Hill. So do you know what transpired at that meeting and why he chose to meet them but not come to the Hill like you guys are doing?
I'm sorry, I can't really, I'm having a tough time hearing.
No worries. I was just going to say, your leader, Mr. O'Toole, he did decide that he was going to meet with some of these participants. He chose to do it off-site, not on the Hill. Do you know why that was? Why he didn't come here?
I mean, Aaron O'Toole is out. He's meeting with the truckers, and he's going to take their voice to the House of Commons on Monday.
Yeah, but do you know why he chose not to participate today?
And I'd further say that there are a number of MPs that I've spoken with across the country. There are trucks that are moving in Alberta, going to the legislature there, and that's the case, it seems, in other jurisdictions as well. So I think that there's MPs that are meeting with concerned citizens across the country, as is the job of every MP. I've met with some constituents today. I've had the opportunity to chat with a lot of other folks from across the country, and it's time that decision makers, the politicians, listen to those concerns, because the folks here and the folks that are gathering across the country, whether it be on overpasses, whether it be in light convoys across the country, they're simply asking to be heard. And I believe that it's time that decision makers listen to their voices, because quite frankly, that's our job. And in a democracy, when folks are feeling ignored, it's time that they be heard.
Anything else that you guys wanted to add?
Is there anything else you want to add? No, I think that's good. Other than, we're here, I'm listening, and my colleagues are listening, and what we see here is just a lot of grassroots support from a grassroots movement of Canadians. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
You need a warmer jacket now.
All right, we've been listening to a conversation with two Conservative members of Parliament, Michael Cooper, for the MP for St. Albert in Alberta, and Damien Carrick, the Conservative MP for Battle River Crowfoot, also in Alberta, and their perspective on the convoy demonstration and this major protest on Parliament Hill. As you can see, some of the numbers dwindling somewhat in the shot behind me there. This is still the scene on Wellington Street, just down from Parliament Hill, just east of Parliament Hill, as darkness, certainly shadows begin to drop over the National Capital Region as the sunlight begins to fade. And you see still trucks parked in the middle of the street there, and traffic snarled as it is in all of downtown Ottawa, with thousands of people occupying the streets. And that shot there you see on Parliament Hill, thousands more. Although that number, as I say, that number has been sort of a moving target all day, because people have joined Parliament Hill, they've left Parliament Hill to the side streets. People are going away to get food. You can see there's barbecue there set up for people to get some nourishment as they go back and forth. And what's not clear, as I've said a number of times, is where we go from here. How long this evening they plan to stay on Parliament Hill. They plan to be back again tomorrow, they have said, certainly in some numbers. We're not sure what those numbers will be, and some even into Monday, when the House of Commons begins sitting again after the winter break. So lots to watch for as this demonstration continues to take place in downtown Ottawa, and people continue to express their opinions about why they've come to Ottawa and why they've joined this protest. Let's listen.
Today.
Well, I came because I'm for pro-choice, that people have the option whether to get vaccinated or not. And I'm also here to support the truckers because, they're also essential workers. And, people say, well, if you support this, you're not supporting nurses and healthcare, and that's not true. I mean, I'm supporting everybody, and this is a positive day, and it's wonderful to see so many people smiling and see their faces without a mask, and people were dancing and drumming, and nothing but good things.
And what about you, sir?
Yeah, here for to fight for our freedom. That's basically it. Why we're pro-choice. I know so many people are losing their jobs right now, coming to the end of the month, and I think it's a terrible thing. It's got to stop.
And you mentioned you're here to support the truckers. Are you truckers at all, or affiliated with truckers, or you're just here for the cause?
I have no affiliation with any truckers, but I just appreciate that they're bringing the attention of this issue to light. And without them, I don't think we would have got this. I've been coming to many of the protests, but this is big today, and we're hoping the tide is turning.
What's your overall message? I know that there are so many people here. They've traveled from long distances to be here in Ottawa. What message are you trying to send to the government or anybody who's listening?
Well, I just think they really need to listen to the people and open things up, and let's get back to living. I don't think this is going away. I think we have to be smart, but I think it's people need to have the choice. And there's the issue of mental health. My own son could lose his job, and I just think they really need to think of that. Trudeau keeps saying, I'm putting money into mental health. Well, he's causing it, so it's very concerning.
Are you going to stick around for a while now, or are you planning on staying?
I've been here since noon. It's a beautiful day, and it's not too cold. And I'm going to stick around as long as it stays positive like this. I'll be here.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
Have a great day.
You too. So, just start up by telling me your name and where you're from.
Okay, my name's Julie. I'm from La Pêche in Quebec.
And what brought you to the Hill today for this particular event?
Well, I think we can live better together, and we can respect each other's choices. And I'm really happy that the truckers came, and I hope this is a catalyst for the change we need to create the world for our children that our children need. She's not facing the camera right now, but yeah, there she is. A world where we respect each other's choices. Yeah.
And you mentioned the truckers. Are you affiliated with truckers in any way, or are you just someone that came to support the general cause?
I just supporting the general cause, did a little volunteer work with lodgings and stuff like that, but that's it.
And what would you say your message is to anybody who's listening, to the government or anyone else? What is it you'd like to see happen?
Well, clearly the mRNA vaccines have failed. We're not going to vaccinate our way out of this situation. We need to start respecting each other's choices, especially about our medical autonomy, and build back better. We don't want to have this happen again. So let's work together, unified, whether people are vaccinated, unvaccinated, whether they're, let's work together to make the future that we want for our future generations.
And are you planning on sticking around, throughout the weekend? Or I know that the truckers, some people have said that they might be here all week. What's your plan?
I hope to be around as much as possible.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
I think we're right now in a crisis that we really need to just stand up all together and get unified as a country. In Quebec right now, the situation is really not great. And I think that if everybody just come through in all the country, it's just messed up, So I feel like we need a little bit of hope. And just by being here all together is just giving us so much hope. And then we hope that we're going to do something better and just change, because we have to change right now the situation.
What do you want to see change most of all?
I know that it's not possible to have everything back at normal, but we just want our freedom. We want to live. We want to be able to see each other, not being scared of everything every time we go on the street or just go at the shopping in a restaurant. Just go back to normal.
And I know that the movement sort of started off with truckers.
Oh, sorry, what?
I just said I know that the movement sort of started off with truckers. Are you connected to truckers at all, or are you just here for the the movement in general?
No, I'm not here. I heard about it, and I really support the truckers. I think it's a great movement. But no, I don't know anybody that are truckers, but I think they are really important for our society because they bring all the foods, all the necessity. But I don't know anybody, but we support them.
And if you had one message, I guess, to anybody who's listening, the government or anyone else, what do you want them to know about why all these people are here?
Why? Because Canada isn't it like the free of land or the land of the free? I don't know what's the thing. I don't in English, sorry. But I think we're here because we want to have our country back. It's really important. So I think they have to listen. As the government, they're supposed to represent us. So if they really do represent us, they should be there with us and understand and listen to us what we have to say. And we want our country back. You're welcome. Thanks.
So I'm here to represent myself, my children, a proud Canadian. I'm here for freedom of choice. I am here to represent my family, some people that are not here today, but that encourage me because they had to just sit back on this one. People that are fully vaccinated, people that were brave enough to do it, that did not want to do it. People that are like my family, all fully vaccinated. Some of them wanted to do it. Some others did it for the right cause. They did it to help people. That's what it's about. It's to help people to not feel the pressure of, hey, you know what? I don't want to feel bad if I get someone sick. And that's 100% your choice. 100% your choice. On the other side of things, if you are not vaccinated, that is also 100% your choice. This is, like my sign says, this is not political. And this is not political, and I am here for exactly that, to not fight, but actually, bring in the freedom. What would I like to see happen? I would like to see, for me, 100% vaccination passports. Definitely, that's not right. Okay. And I like the whole thing is that I understand and I support, everybody in this. Like, there's no hate. There's all love. And vaccination passport and the fact that someone that's not vaccinated cannot walk into a store and buy something that they need, that is technically you're taking someone's rights away. And that's not Canadian. And that's what I'm supporting. Thank you.
Voices from the protest on Parliament Hill today as we have been covering the protesters on Parliament Hill, on the side streets of downtown Ottawa, on the main thoroughfares, all in the downtown core, largely congested now. As we see those numbers, this is Wellington Street again, we see the numbers starting to dwindle a little bit on Parliament Hill. That's not to say they won't pick back up. It's a coldish day in Ottawa. It's going to be a colder night. It's minus 12 right now in the nation's capital, going down to minus 23 overnight. So not sure how long folks will stay out here on Parliament Hill and what their plans are to, take shelter this evening. But many of them have said they will be back on Parliament Hill on Sunday. All right, so while we've got this shot, there is a controversy around, this is the Terry Fox statue, which is right across from Parliament Hill in downtown Ottawa. And look what is happening here. There is some anger in the land here over these placement of signs. At one point there was an upside down Canadian flag draped here, and the use of this statue to try and make a point by these protesters. And it is not being received warmly in many parts of the country. Here's what we can tell you. Earlier this afternoon, there was an upside-down flag placed on, as you see it there again, and Mayor of Ottawa ordered it removed because it was seen as a sign of disrespect. Others have now weighed in on this issue as well, condemning the use of Terry Fox's statue, the Terry Fox legacy, to make a point by demonstrators here opposed to vaccine mandates and lockdowns and so on across the country, including the mayor of Port Coquitlam, Terry Fox's hometown, of course the Canadian hero who ran across the country to raise awareness of cancer. And the mayor of Port Coquitlam, Brad West, has tweeted out, "I'm the mayor of Terry Fox's hometown. He is our city's hero, national inspiration, and a unifier. Whatever your cause, you don't get to appropriate his legacy, and you don't touch his statue, ever. This should be removed immediately." Well, it was removed earlier, but clearly now some protesters have put signs and symbols and the Canadian flag upside down back up on the statue once again. And that is not being met with very much support across the country, as this is happening in Ottawa and people are watching from across the country. So City of Ottawa staff apparently has removed these things on the statue earlier. And I suppose the Mayor of Ottawa may be asking them to go back and do it again and remove these signs left by protesters at the Terry Fox statue across from Parliament Hill. On that note, we are going to break away from our coverage now. Been at it for a number of hours now, and we've let you hear what people have to say who are part of the protests. We'll continue to keep an eye on where this is headed on Parliament Hill. They have said they'll be back tomorrow and perhaps again Monday. So we'll also should note as we sign off right now that there has been no reports of violence. Some, as I mentioned, the Terry Fox incident here with the statue has turned off some people. But in terms of concerns about possible violence, we've not seen that to this point on day one of this major protest on Parliament Hill in downtown Ottawa. I'm Peter Van Dusen, so we'll end our coverage, live coverage right now, and we'll keep an eye on how things develop on Parliament Hill. Thanks for watching.